is the afternoon. Well into the afternoon. It's so many books and stuff and out and everything. Oh, I'm just gonna put these right here for right now. And then I'll get in here and do what I gotta do maybe tomorrow. Hey y'all. I hope everybody slept well. Where did these go? Down here. Oh. Only thing about when I get excited and start pulling all these books out is ain't nobody help me put them back. Hey everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Put my eyeballs on. There they go. We had a pretty good class last night. Oh, CERCA. Yeah. We had a good class last evening. A very good class. Well into the morning almost. I think it was like 12:30. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miss Black. Afternoon. It's morning and afternoon and evening somewhere. It's right somewhere. Hey, Miss Garcia. Listen, you said happy Sabbath. Happy Sabbath to you as well. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, y'all. So we're just going to go on a hunt if you all want to today. You're going to need a pen and paper. Of course, you need that every day, but definitely going to need it today. Because I'm going to have y'all write down some scriptures, and then we're going to go through there, go down through there and see what is on. Y'all. It be so much stuff on glasses. It's just, I don't want to get off. And it be that little bitty dot that have you very angry because it's just more specks and more specks. Whatever. You never got a notification, girl. We was on till like 1 o'clock in the morning. Crazy, girl, as usual. Miss Black. It's always a lot going on. Now got some very interesting news today. And sometimes God allows things to happen so that you can know what's really going on a deeper level. You know? That's how it be sometimes. I should. Water. I got coffee. I don't need none right now. Hello. Hola, hola. It's a little, I don't know, it's super hot outside. They said that our heat wave is leaving, which is pretty cool, because it's been hot as fish grease outside. But again, if you guys want to go on an adventure, I'm going to open the bus doors here in a minute. I'm going to wait because I know they not giving out no notifications, nothing. It's hot where you at too. Listen, it's a real thing. But the earth is getting hotter. And if the water is evaporating and there's nothing, that's what keeps our ecosystem the way that it needs to be. So it makes sense. It's so hot every time I go outside, my hands sweat. Girl, listen, it's so humid. It's like you can't hardly breathe. Right? You cannot hardly breathe. And that's wild. You said here it's hot too where you at? Girl, listen. It's real. You hear me? I haven't been going outside and sitting on my porch because I still got that unit there and it's in the way. And baby, the few times I do go outside, I be like, oh Lord. You said y'all back at 100 degrees? Wow. You said, and it's African dust here in the south is not helping. Interesting. You said the humidity is so disrespectful. That's why I'm happy I got locks. Made in his image. I don't got to worry about none of that. Ugh! I don't got to worry. If it poof up, it's fine. If it lay down, it's okay. If it get wet, it's all right. It's fine however it is. Perfect. Retwisted. not retwisted. It's okay. Now, do I like having wet hair? No, but I'll take it. I got. I don't have to worry about humidity and no hair no more. For real, for real. You said 98, but it feels like what? 101. Listen, it's crazy this weather right now. It really is. But I have. I don't want to say fear because I don't have fear, but I think it's going to be a lot more crazy here shortly. You know, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we're about to see when it comes to our Earth's atmosphere. I don't know why. It feel like this chair, I don't know if it's losing pressure or what, but I feel like when I first got this chair, it used to be taller. And now, I don't know. Maybe I'm shrinking. Maybe that's the deal. Maybe I'm shrinking, you know? I don't know. Anyway, you're going to need a pen and paper. I'm going to wait probably about 10 minutes. Because what we got in the class last night and people just start getting notifications when we was about to get off. So I'm just going to wait a little bit and see. And we ain't really been talking about too many world events. I mean, we have, but we haven't. But I don't want to address that stuff right now. We'll wait until later. But it is one, well, no, technically, let's do it. Y'all want to do one? Tell me what y'all think about this and tell me if we talked about it. I am going to do this one because it's important. Here we go. You ready? I'm sure some of y'all seen it. You said, yes, I'm on both phones and only got one notification. Interesting. Good afternoon, Pumpkin. You know what they do to us because we got the real stuff. Wait till we go through what we about to go through today. I think it's very interesting. Here we go.
He's talking to a room full of students about the end. This rabbi says the entire world will go down on their knees for Israel, including the United States. Take a look.
Because the most powerful nations in the world have to go down to their knees. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what's going to happen to America. That's what's going to happen to Germany. That's what's going to happen to France. That's what's going to happen to London. As long as they keep helping us, they'll get a bracha. And they're not going to go down on their knees. They're going to get a little more time.
That was Rabbi Yom Tov Glazer interpreting the Zohar, which is the foundational text of Jewish mysticism. In that speech, he's talking to a room full of students about the end of days. He claims that all of the world powers like the US, China, and European nations will eventually go down to their knees. He says these nations will fall due to their historical treatment of Jewish people, suggesting their safety depends solely on supporting Israel, while expressing a desire for the current global order to end. But strangely enough, he frames the current
Did we? Did we talk about it? Oh. Ooh, you got all these pastors supporting a group of folks that have the same intention as the Antichrist. Interesting. Y'all be going to the synagogues of Satan. I don't know if y'all know or not. Y'all be going to the churches of the devil. Because you want everybody to do what Jesus said is going to happen when he comes back. Right? Every knee shall bow. It never said to a group of people. It said to God himself, which is why the Antichrist is about to make everybody try to bow to him before they bow to Jesus. Because even Lucifer and his brothers is going to have to bow. So then it's like, oh, okay, well, I got all your people to bow to me, so, okay. Yes, hey, Danny. Ain't that crazy? And if you don't bow to him, you will be unalived. Interesting. Right, Sherry. Ain't that crazy? Why in the world would pastors be telling you to support a group that want to bring their Messiah to the earth? Not the Messiah, their Messiah. Huh? Does it make any sense to you? Because it makes none to me. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Ain't that crazy though? Do y'all think that's wild? Anybody, or am I tripping? I'm gonna have to put my brace on. I can feel it. These dang knees, boy, been giving me the business. Do you hear me? Y'all think that's crazy? Hmm? Wow. Y'all want the reverence that the world is okay. Crazy. Hey, sister. I think that's fair. You said, well, Dad said they don't want to learn or study or know, so they will fall, girl. And the master's gonna fall with them. That's the scary part. That is spooky to me. So before we get started, you're gonna need your pen and paper because we gonna be doing a lot of writing. We're gonna be doing a lot of writing. You said, thank you. Oh, so I talked to him. Okay. Yeah. So I asked y'all nephew if it was okay. And I don't want to start class. I'm gonna talk to you about him later. We'll talk about that later. But I'm gonna do class. I don't want to start our class with no craziness. Oh, we'll talk about it later. So, pen and paper. Thank you for asking. Pen and paper. I will. We will. Definitely will pray for your daughter. Pen and paper, please. You said people look at you crazy when you talk about it, right? Because we are not of this world. This is the thing, right? Does it amaze you that so many people that say they're Christians and whatever, they don't even know the word? Like they don't, and what I mean by they're not familiar with it at all, right? Now I can't remember every scripture. Everybody in here know that because I don't memorize scripture. I don't try because I read. Hey, I was talking about you again this morning. Hello, um, and so because I don't have every scripture memorized, people are like, "Oh, she don't even know." You're right, I don't, because again, I don't just read 66 books over and over and over. I didn't read so many books, and I don't know where it is. I can't remember even where it is in the 66 because I read the other parts of it. So my brain be trying to put it together where I saw it at. My husband asked if he was okay because he was ear hustling yesterday's class. Hilarious. Tell him his nephew's okay. We're gonna talk about it and tell him thank you for being concerned about my. I told him, I said your internet aunties and uncles was very concerned, very concerned. You hear me? Very, very, very. So he smiled and said thank you. He said I remember most of the stories. That's about how I have to do it because we didn't think about how much we didn't read over here, y'all. And I say this all the time. I have to go Google sometimes, a lot of times, because baby, I done read the story and the bits and the pieces in several different books. Like the other day, I was telling you, I was like, I think I read it in here and Cousins, right? Right, right. Um, you said I can tell you where to find it in the 66, but I know what it says. This, I can't, right, right. And Nisi Poo, think about how much, yes, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. But again, most of the people that have the scripture memorized, a lot of them don't live by it, or they don't even understand it. Have you all noticed that, or is it just me? They can quote a scripture after you quick, but they don't have any idea of how to apply that scripture to their life, or how it even applies to the world around them. You say, yes, I remember the story, but not the actual scripture or book of where it is. Anybody else feel like that? It's like they know it, they have it memorized, but they can't give you any information about anything else that has to do, like you said, my ex can quote the KJV but has no understanding of it. This is what I'm talking about. You noticed it too? Okay, I think that's interesting. That's almost exactly like the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They could rattle off the word of God, but they didn't even recognize God when he was walking in the flesh. The living word. They didn't recognize it. And it's like that now. You tell them to be kind to a homeless person, oh my God, it's beneath them to do. They're not worried about why you say wow. You said that's me all day. Don't ask me what a scripture or verse is. Listen, you said, or they only quote half the scripture to you because they don't like what the other half says. Come on. Come on. You said, and they will quote the scripture but have no context. Come on. You said, oh, he definitely has the Pharisee spirit all over him. Listen, it's just wild how that happens. You say yes, that's because they only stick to the one revelation that they have. But when you study God, you say will give you a different revelation depending on the season you're in your life. Yes. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Because think about it. We got revelations in 22, and then he bust our head with the same thing the next year, and he just keeps adding. But can you say that you feel like you have more of the story of creation, of the beings that lived here before the flood and after? You said then they cherry pick verses to try to trash others. Come on. Come on. Come on. And this is why we was a threat to them. This is why they was trying to get rid of us. This is why they was trying to get rid of us in the beginning. You said, I spoke this morning and told them, I don't know scripture, but I know the word. You said, and proceeded to teach. Come on. And will. You said, I found myself when I go deep into what they ask me. They only look at me, you said, and then they'll give some other type of answer. You already know. You said, not a direct answer that I ask them. Uh-huh. You said, we be in hardcore training. And do, Sherry. Because what we about to see is about to be real hardcore. Y'all know that, right? Ain't nothing we going forward from today until the end of this that's going to be good or nice or sweet. Listen, that part. You said, but they don't like it when you refute them using verses. It's only okay when they do it. Girl, the scripture battles. I asked him, if you read other books for history, why do you block the truth? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So y'all just walking around with hammers in y'all head, just busting everybody like Donkey Kong. Like whack-a-mole. Y'all just walk around like whack-a-mole, just whacking people on the head with the... and then y'all wonder why. This is why we don't got no friends. This is why. If you had friends before you came here, now you know why you don't got none. That's why. Because they don't want to hear it. Listen, you said, and yes, and that going deeper has definitely helped me to apply my life for the change to be made, but remaining surface level is why they only look good on the surface, but behind closed doors, they not godly at all. Ooh, hammer. You said, why can't just look up all surprised? He's playing Donkey Kong right now. Are you serious? He said, my teacher is watching me. Hold on. He said, teacher is in her house. Hey, Deacon K. I'm a fly on your wall, too. Hilarious. He said, wait a minute. Hold on. You said, or reading scriptures and not trying to better their life. Right. 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 Hilarious. On TV at everybody's house. Okay? all everybody else. Your house and your house and your house and your house. He said, she don't want to play a Donkey Kong. And out of all the things that I could have said while he was playing it, that is funny. So y'all got y'all pen and paper? I don't know why I didn't go to the bathroom before I came in here, but I'm gonna go and then we're gonna start class. You said I don't care because I have changed from one day to every day searching for God's word for me daily. I know that's right. You said he on his Switch B-Day gift on Donkey Kong Bonanza. You said right now next to me. Hilarious. You said I love that he played Donkey Kong old school. You said, yeah, that's the old soul. I told you he about 65. You said I was in your dreams last night. And y'all wonder why I be sleepy when I wake up. Y'all watch The Sandman. Right. Maybe I'm a dream walker and I don't even know. Gotta be. I mean, the way that my dreams and I be in people's house telling them where their beds is at, something's going on. You said I just had to tell my brother last night, I don't know what God you serve, but the God I serve is not fluffy. Quit trying to make it easy. Oh. He said I told my mom about the clock app getting mad at me last night, and I don't think she was surprised at all. Of course. Of course. And wait till today. Wait till today, because Auntie then went on a little deep dive. Let me go to the bathroom. Oh, kind of going on what you were talking about last night, right? And questions just started flooding my mind, so I wrote them down. And then me and my son was on the phone just a little while ago, and I can't wait till y'all talk to each other. I'm so interested. Not that he gonna tell me y'all conversations, but I know I told him today. Just know this, and whatever I said, son. The kind of conversations that mom used to have with Mr. Such and Such is the kind of conversations I feel like you and Nicole would have. And his eyebrows perked up. I'm like, right. Right. I would love to see y'all minds get together and just, and he the anime, so yeah, but he understands the spiritual as well. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's difficult for him to talk to his friends because they don't have any, y'all know, just go right over people's head. They don't have no real spiritual sense, or they just really walking through life, just don't know nothing. He said I be wanting to deep dive anime spiritual, but I don't have any anime friends. Well, you do now. You do now. You do. You do, baby, because he's the one that I told you he's the one that told me that all the stuff that I read. He was like, Mom, it's all in my anime. He was talking about, what's the man name? Somebody. Soba something or something today, girl. And he was like, Mom, you realize something and something and something, girl. I don't know. He was saying some name that sound like Sordon, but it's not Sordon. It's something else. I can't remember. And I did have him send it to me, I think. You said that's exactly how my friends are. No real understanding, and they don't care to get any. Girl, I cannot wait. I know y'all Bible studies studies gonna be off the hook, off the hook. I already know. I told him. I said, listen, I would love for you to talk to her like that. I'd be wanting to be a fly on the wall for that, honey. I already, the way my son mind work and the way your mind work. No, I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask you. Gonna be able to ask him in a minute, because I'm telling you, he been in his word good too. That's what's the crazy thing. But I know when you are searching like that, you need somebody to share that information with that has like mind, because it makes the study even more just, you like, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but you know what I'm saying? It fulfilling or whatever. Like, it just makes you want to go deeper and deeper and deeper and keep going. And I didn't have that when I was studying a lot of times. You said I need someone to talk to about the recent One Piece chapters with, yeah, listen, send me your number again. Because he was asking me for your TikTok, but I don't know if you post content on your TikTok. So, do you want me to just give him your TikTok and then he can inbox you, or y'all can go back and forth sharing info? I don't know how you want me to do it, but I would love for y'all to talk to each other. Seriously. Because he's... Exactly. 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 That. And that's what I want for him. And I know, I mean, I've been around you for 4 years now. So I know that y'all minds, the way that y'all think about stuff and how y'all deep dive into stuff, like I know y'all would be good friends. You said that's fine. I don't post content, but I get on every now and again. Okay, I just didn't know how to get him in contact with you. That's all. I didn't know how, because he was like, Mom, give me your page and blah, blah, blah. So, anyway, let me run to the restroom. You said it's a wonderful feeling engaging in meaningful conversation with people seeking knowledge. Right. You said that's why I love class because I don't have anyone here to study with, and definitely we have the open studies like the last classes. It makes my mind really think. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I love it here too because we can actually, got somebody to talk to about it. I've been using my pen too, y'all. Why did this fall? It won't fall every time, just sometimes. This thing smells so good. Right here. Um, you said that's why I love. Oh, okay, I got that one. All right. So this pen smells so good. They both do, and I've been using them, and they do make me feel a little bitter to smell the amazing aroma. Um. All right, y'all got your pen and paper dated and time and dated and all of that, so we can get down through here. Is y'all ready to rumble? Thank you. I just got this as a gift. She bought me two of them. Deshana, you sent this shirt, didn't you? You so petty. Thank you, girl. Didn't you send me this shirt? You just sent this shirt to me. She said, I like your shirt. And look, I told my son, hilarious, girl. I told my son, I said, they know I'm not going to. You made them? Thank you so much, girl. But wait, I told my son, I said, listen, they know I'm not going to wear no whole shirt. Thank you. I'm like, wait a minute. You sent me this. You did a good job. You did an amazing job. So if y'all want y'all book shirt, get with Deshana. Okay. But I said the fact that they're crop tops, because y'all know I'm going to cut a shirt because it's hot and I'm going through menopause. I said, she said, yeah, she ain't about to ruin nothing. Just go and make it a crop top. Thank you so much. My son, he asked me today too. He was like, Mom, what's on your shirt? He was like, oh, that's dope. So I'll let him know. Yeah. Girl, I said, I'm putting my book shirt on today. And it's a crop top, so I ain't got to cut it. Hey, come on in here and get your paper and come sit down by your TT. Let's go. You done came in just in time. Thank you. These right here. Girl, they smell so good. I had all the little things down too. Y'all get y'all some of these. You said, okay, hey sister, y'all need your pen and paper. No, no, I'm right-handed. Mm-mm. I can write with my left. I used to practice all the time because as a little bitty kid, I was scared that my right hand wasn't gonna work. And so I taught myself to write with my hands and my toes when I was like 7 or 8. My dad is a lefty though. And his favorite statement is anybody could be right-handed. Only special people are left-handed. I said, you know what? You got to turn your paper all the way upside down to right. Moving on. Listen, you said me and my husband are lefties and our last baby is the... really? Well, that's why you crazy. No. Listen, I'm just playing. Well, that's why. That's exactly why you crazy. You said my son is left-handed. You said, go dad. Yeah, ambidextrous. I can write with both hands. Right, me too. Now it'd be a little chicken scratchy because I ain't. He said I'm a lefty too. My dad and brother. Oh, it's lefty. It's a lot of y'all in here. Well, that's why they're crazy. Because my dad he's cool, but he's crazy. You said my mama and 3 of my kids are left-handed. No way. You said that would have been crazy if we were both left-handed at this and the same birthday. Right. He said 3 out of my 4 are left-handed. No way. I did not even know it was that many left-handed people. My dad was the only one I knew for a long time. You write with both. You're both right. I can write with both. I have to practice more. Your son is left-handed. No way. You said, laugh out loud, my dad is ambidextrous. You said, and my brother is a lefty through and through. Hilarious. 4 out of my 8 are lefties. The three of the ones with the birth defects can use both. No way. Are you serious, T? That's how you know it's a superpower. You said I can do everything with my right hand except right. Hilarious. I'm a lefty and my brother is a lefty. Not up. Is this the left hand committee? I'm gonna call my daddy and say I done met all the left. I done met about 50 lefties today. He is probably gonna make him smile. You said my mom used to pop me and try to make me write with my right hand. She was a young mama. Mm-hmm. You said I can write with both. I just put the pen in between my fingers. Yep, I have to write like this, but I can do it. I love y'all too. You said, yes, ma'am, and they excellent. No way. At drawing, you said Kay uses both hands too. You said he can write using left and right. Yeah. Girl, I'm telling you, well, maybe because there was damage to my hand, my right hand when I was little and I used to have like nerve issues. So I taught myself to write with my right hand, my left hand and my toes. I'm telling you, I can still write with my toes right now. I said, you never know if you're going to lose it. So if you already have the muscle memory, I'm like 7, 8 years old. My mom said, what are you doing? Teaching myself to write with my toes. And when I clean up, I go through my house and pick up stuff like, I ain't about to be bending down. I got to conserve this. I got to just save this back, honey. I can't. You said you're a lefty, but you're ambidextrous. Cool. You said that happened to my mom. She was originally a lefty, but she got popped so much she stopped using it. Ain't that crazy how you can train your mind? You said, wait, I can use my toes too and pinch real hard with them. Girl, yes. And do. And do. Yes, all of that. And do. You said I can't even snap my fingers on my left hand, but I can write with it. My snap on my left is stronger than my snap on my right, which is wild. But I'm right-handed. That's funny. All right, come on, y'all. Lefty here too. My mama tells me I can't peel potatoes the right way just because it looks different. Right. Y'all do everything weird to me. You said that's funny because the foot that have the 3 toes on it. You said that's what I do. Pinch and pick up stuff with it. That's funny. Girl, yes. You said my mom was originally a lefty too. She grew up in the 80s and used to get in trouble for using her left. Yep. She went to Baptist school as a kid. I don't know why they used to do that. That's so crazy. You said this is so crazy how dad puts all of us together and we all have something in common, especially superpowers. And do. And do. Mm-hmm. And do. I was just talking to my son. Listen, y'all all in me and my baby's conversation right now. I promise. Yeah. I don't even know how we always get over here and stuff. This is so crazy. Like everything be just connecting the dots. Okay. All right. So get your pen and paper out, and I have a few questions for you. Well, first off, I'm gonna rattle off some scriptures because of the right-handed dash. You're right. You right. You right. Okay. That's true. All of this was written, made for right hand. Most of them were made for right-handed people. Y'all ready? I'm gonna give you a list of scriptures. You don't have to go look them up right now. We're gonna go through, but I just want to give y'all the list of scriptures, okay? Well, actually, yeah, I'm gonna just give y'all the list because I want y'all to go back and look at this later. Y'all ready? Yes. Thank you, nephew. I appreciate you. Okay, so across the top of your paper, D as in dog, OOLB. D as in dog, OOLB. Across your paper. Okay? And if you type B like boy, DOOLB. Okay. Good job. Okay, you're welcome, sister. Okay. Scripture number 1. Hebrews 9 and 22. First scripture I need you to write down. Okay, good. Hebrews 9 and 22. Hebrews 9 and 22. The second one is Hebrews 9 and 14. So Hebrews 9 through 9 and then verses 14 through 22, I guess. But really I just want just do Hebrews 9:22, Hebrews 9 4 and 14. 9 chapter 14 verse. The next one, hey goody, come on in, pumpkin. Get your pen and paper out. We writing down a list of scriptures. The next one is Romans 5 and 9. Romans 5 and 9. These shoulders be doing whatever they want to. Romans 5 and 9. The next two are from Revelations. The first one is Revelations 12 and 11. Revelations 12 and 11. The next one is Revelations 1 and 5. Ooh. So far you should have Hebrews 9:22, Hebrews 9:14, Romans 5 and 9, Revelations 12 and 11, and then Revelations 1 and 5 so far. After that, it's Acts 20 and 28. I need to charge this other iPad. You said body heating pad for sure. You right. I'm about to go get it, girl. And I used it the other night. Let me go get it. I told my son how good of care y'all take of y'all family member, and it makes me excited. I'll be right back. I forgot I had that thing. Girl. That quick. See? See how quickly that happens? And it's literally untangled on my bed. I mean, on the side of my bed. Oh, wait a minute now. Hold on. Girl. Oh, Jesus. Let me sit over there. Please and thank you. Listen, I forgot I had this that fast. Let's see. Okay. I wish I could just like put it on. I'm gonna try this. I be forgetting, girl. She knew, so yes. Okay. Got me up here looking like I'm about to go to war, girl. Look, I got my shields and stuff on. I'm just about to. I just needed to be on this right here. All right, here we go. Hopefully, I don't knock all this stuff over. That's how you know you get old. Just wake up and your body be hurt. Like how? Goodness gracious. Okay. Woo, hopefully this helps. Girl, I wake up in pain. I don't even understand. All right. Hebrews 10 and 19. Hebrews 10 and 19. Hebrews 10 and 19. And then Hebrews 13 and 12. You said looking like you about to play Capture the Flag on Camp Girl Half Blood. Right. 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 I ain't sad about it. Hey, Chris. Listen. You said I was about to say you suited up for battle, girl. Listen. Y'all be at me out here looking crazy, but my body warm though. I ain't even tripping about it. You know, I forgot that I even had this thing, girl. Getting old is a trip. I appreciate y'all. To anybody, and this is not saying whatever, to anybody that has ever said anything to make my life more comfortable or for something for me to enjoy, or you thought about me, I don't care how small, candy, whatever. I just want y'all to know I'm grateful. Every single, because I be forgetting sometimes, y'all. I'm telling you. I do. Okay. Revelations 7 and 14. Revelations, and listen, we're not going to get through all of these today, but I just, when we get off or when you get time, just go back through and look at these scriptures, okay? What they say, meditate on those scriptures. I just want you to look at them. Pay attention to stuff, okay? Y'all got me? Yeah? This thing be getting hot quick, too. Hold on, let me sit back. There we go. I appreciate y'all, too. I really do. Thank you, Miss Mackenzie. Okay, here we go. All right. Leviticus 17 and 11. Leviticus, thank you, Miss Andy. 17 and 11. The last one was Hebrews 13 and 12. Hebrews 13 and 12. The last two were Revelation 7 and 14 and Hebrews 13 and 12. Well, hello there. Hello. Revelations 7 and 14, Hebrews 13 and 12. Crazy as usual. Crazy as usual. You see, I got my heating pad on and the like, and I'm grateful for it because guess what? Y'all probably gonna see this a lot during the summertime. I mean, during the wintertime. The first two scriptures were Hebrews 9 and 22 and Hebrews 9 and 14. Yes. Listen, it's one thing after another, you know. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so y'all got Leviticus 17 and 11. Excuse me. You're welcome, Pumpkin. Y'all got that already? Leviticus 17 and 11. And I'm going to read that one specifically. We're going to go back up and read a couple ones, but let me put this on your mind. For the life of a creature is in the blood. I read the ESV version. I know it's different versions. I read the ESV. So, for the life of the creature is in the blood, and I have given it to you to make atonement for yourselves on the altar. It is the blood that makes atonements for one's life. Okay? The next scripture that I want you to write down is Genesis 9 and 4. Genesis 9 and 4. Okay? And that scripture is, but you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is its blood. Okay? Genesis 9 and 4. The next one is 1 John 5 and 6. So chapter 5, verse 6. 1 John 5 and 6. Excuse me. The next one is Matthew 26, verse 28. Matthew 26, verse 28. The next one is Acts 15 and 29. No, one love. No. I'm just giving them to you. You can go back and do whatever you're going to do with them. We're just going to use a couple out of here. But again, I would like to see what comes of what you find. Okay? Is that cool? You can put them in any order you want. I need you to have these on your paper. So, again, 1 John 5 and 6, Matthew 26 and 28, Acts 15 and 29, and the last scripture is Hebrews 9, verses 12 through 14. Okay? Now, set those to the side. We're going to come back to them. Okay? Y'all got me? Y'all know what I mean by set them to the side. Don't focus on them just right now. We going to get back to them. Okay? Y'all got me? Because I know y'all. Just come on back. Come on back over here, please, and thank you. Thank you so much, bearded gentlemen. Okay, here we go. All right, now I got a few questions for y'all. We're going to call it doob. Doob. D-O-O-L-B. We're going to call it doob. Okay? Doob. But you know what I'm talking about, right? When I say doob, we know what's going on. Yes. Yep. Hebrews 9, 12 through 14. Okay. All right. So what is doob lust? What is it? I'm just gonna say it. Y'all know what I mean. What is bloodlust? Because I don't want nobody to be lost if they come in here. What's the definition for bloodlust? You know what? It's about to be one of them days. Ah! Let me go get my hand massager. Hold on, y'all. Be right back. I'm not about to sit here and poke my hand in here. I'm about to be. I told y'all this. I'll be walking around this house looking just as crazy. No reason. And I'm gonna be and brought the other one in here and put it under my dang knee. Look, it's just horrible. Hold on. Bloodlust is a craving for violence. A craving the life force, a strong, wild desire to hurt, kill, or see other people hurt. A craving, a strong, unnatural desire. Interesting. Bloodlust is a strong, wild desire to hurt, kill, or see other people get hurt. It is a fierce, angry urge for violence and bloodshed. Bloodlust is a strong, uncontrolled desire to kill, hurt people, or commit acts of extreme violence. Interesting. Chaos. Wild. Okay. Interesting. Gotta be careful of the words you type, Riley's mama. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Now, are y'all ready? Because I was on the phone with y'all nephew and I thought about something. What's the ruling? What's the. It's just closed. It just closed your live on YouTube for me. Like completely closed the tab on my computer. Yeah. I knew they would. I was just about to say. That's wild. I was just about to say if they start tripping, go to Substack. An animalistic instinct to hunt and attack and feed. Interesting. Yours closed out too? That's why you came over here? It's blocking all of your comments. I don't even know if we're going to be able to get through this class. I'm going to try. You had to switch over too? Yours is good, John? Okay. Well, let's okay, so got to be very careful how I do this. Okay. Okay. When you're live on TikTok, YouTube, it goes black or buffer. So I just rewatch. I be annoyed. Interesting. Hey Angie. Okay, so then they be doing me like that. I just if you said you just said a different way to say it, right. Right, which is why we have to do this. Okay. So then I'm gonna have to be very careful with what I say because we ain't even got into it yet. Okay. So the first leading spirit in this room is what? That we all know. Thank you so much. for everybody that be sending stuff. Because listen, I'm an old lady. I got my hand massager on and my neck massager. Jesus. For entertainment purposes only. Exactly. Okay. Deception. Okay. Okay. Deception, deceit. Got it. Okay. So I was on the phone with my son today and something came to my mind, and it's along the studies of what the person that got flagged in our stuff last night was talking about, right? But remember I told y'all my mama used to work in the lab, and there were certain things that she would come home and just be talking to her friends about, and I used to be listening, right? She drew blood for a living. She was a phlebotomist, and then she went on to be a lab tech, whatever, right? So, if the reigning spirit, right, is, hold on, y'all. If the reigning spirit, hey, Pumpkin, I love you too. If the reigning spirit is deceit, we've been told that RH comes from primates, right? Right? That's what we've been told. Comes from primates. RH, whatever. But what if that's not where it comes from? Okay? So me and my son were talking about something, and it made me think, right? Be careful typing it, Tony. Okay? Just be very careful with what we type going forward from here, right? So I looked up I screenshotted it on my freaking iPad. Grr. Okay. Anyway, we'll just keep going. So here we go. Look up the difference, right, between RH negative or the similarities in RH negative in reptilian blood. Like lizard blood and crocs and stuff. And tell me if you see a common factor there. Hey, good to see you too. And tell me if you see something, do a little bit of digging and do a little bit of, and see what you see. And while y'all doing it, I'm going to snap y'all out of here real quick, and I'm going to take pictures because I screenshot it on my iPad and not on my phone. Hold on, y'all. Oh, are they here? No way. Oh, my screen. Oh, I need. That's why. Okay, never mind. That part. Oh, I believe it, but I need you to go look real quick. It's lagging now. Y'all see it? It's something that both reptilian blood and Rh negative blood have in common. Do you see what it is? It's a specific thing. Y'all see it? Hey, it has to do with the nucleus. They both have a certain lack of protein. They lack a protein, right? Both of them, the reptilian blood lacks a certain protein, or and their antigens is something with the antigens, right? Because think about it, in Rh negative blood, if the fetus's blood mixes with the mom's blood, right, it could cause problems. It could like cause her organs and stuff to shut down and all of that. But also, the the woman's body can unalive the child, right? This is why they get the rogam shot, right? Right? Y'all see it? What if it doesn't come from primates at all? And the reason I say that is because the lack of protein in Rh and the lack of protein in the reptilian blood. Now, I didn't get to do 2 days worth of study, but it lines up with how Cain moved and what he did, right? Think about it. He was the first one that created bloodlust because the blood literally got in his mouth when he was unaliving his brother with a rock, right? But if he's of the bloodline of Cain, it would make sense as to why even the blood was trying to annihilate the fetuses of the human race. Kind of going along with what Nisipu said the other day about them breeding out the mitochondrial DNA. Right? Now think about this. Some of the mythological gods, it says that their kids was born out of eggs. Right? And that a man or a male god bore children. Right? Well, what if as soon as that bloodline tapped in to the human race, immediately there started being intersexed people born? Then it very well could look like a man had a baby. But let me ask you a question. How do snakes get their babies? You said, girl, and on the card they give you, it says non-human. You said that's why they used to have the dual test for marriage certificates, right? How do snake and snakes basically do IVF? Okay, lasting is what it's called. But I'm saying, where do the snake babies come from? What do they come out of? Eggs. So could it be possible, if we already know that most of the giants were of the line of Cain until they got into um Seth's line later on, we also know that when the angels mixed with humans, it altered human DNA. And there started to be all of these birth defects in, uh-oh, you said I'm about to pinch you. Why? I feel like, what's his name? Iron Man right now. Right? Or do y'all think I'm tripping? Another thing, right? Females can store semen for months or years before choosing when to fertilize their eggs. Interesting. You said, don't make me pull out my biology and cell book. Please do. Please do. Please do. Please do. Because we going on a journey. Okay? Now, what do most animals do if they birth a child of theirs, an animal child, and it's deformed? What do they do? And some snakes actually do give live birth instead of laying eggs. Interesting. They eat it. So if a lot of the giant's children were half animal, could this be where the eating of flesh and blood came in at? Because we know after the seventh generation, think about y'all. This is why in Genesis, God said you're not supposed to eat no flesh, and you're not supposed to eat no flesh with blood in it. But he also talked about the animals that you cannot eat. Could the bloodlust that came into Cain or Cain's line be because, one, he's of the line of Lucifer, who God calls a snake all the time, the reptilian people. And then on top of that, right, the Kuru, right? How it degenerates or deteriorates the brain and the mind and the body. Cain had to form it in his mind that he was going to spill the blood of his brother who was innocent. So the moment that bloodlust sets in, it's almost like how we read about how the spirit blinded them and they couldn't see them right. They didn't even see him as a family member or whatever else. See it as how exactly. Is y'all getting what I'm saying? Because animals eat other animals. They attack them and ravish them, and they don't cook their meat. You said, here you go, putting us in stitches, but need it. I'm just saying. What if they lie to us and it's not the monkey gene? It is actually the reptilian bloodline. He undid that. I mean, I'm not going to say he undid it, but after Jesus came, a lot of that stuff, he said pray over it and eat it and keep it moving. probably should have took this ring off. That's why that's hurting. I'm like, why is this hurting so bad? Because you squeezing your hand. I was told that it was a long, long time ago. Interesting, and they put that in Ozempic, which is changing people's DNA. You said like when people say, "I was so mad, I just blacked out." Mm-hmm. Okay. So it says reptilian blood is missing certain antigens as well as Rh negative human blood because the blood um, differences can kill the humans, right? Now, can you go to Revelations 1 and 5 and read it and tell me? You said Ozempic is lizard venom. Interesting. Interesting. And didn't they say Ozempic is calling people's organs to fail? Causing people's organs to fail or something? Ain't that what they said? Something similar to that? People's organs are failing, right? From taking it. Ooh. Melanated Queen said, which is why those taking it are mainly the stars whom eat flesh. You said, yep, the liver, which can't. And your liver purifies your body. And God is always talking about purification and being toxic. You said it says that this gene can only come from humans. What gene? Revelations 1 and 5. What gene? You said, yep, it's not meant to take long term because it will fail the organs. Interesting. You're O negative. The Rus gene? Are you saying the Rus? The RH? Mm-mm. You said, interesting. You said, I believe that because my dad had the blood type and he's very different with strength and other things. Interesting. You said, but they say once you're on it, you have to stay on it. He could change his temperature like a reptile. It just made me think about it because we read that a lot of the women, not all of the women survived that gave birth to the giant children. Some of them died in childbirth or while they were pregnant with those giants. And at first I thought, okay, the size, but no, the baby's only going to grow to the size of the womb. But if the blood, and then there was a video, didn't we, something we watched where somebody was pregnant with like a demon child or something and the baby was killing them trying to hold on to it. I know that's in Supernatural with Jack, right? His mom, he was sucking the life out of her. Remember? But it's something else that we watched where a person was pregnant with like a being from somewhere else and it was literally like breaking her bones and consuming her from the inside out. You said people so quick to line up and take something for an easy fix and don't realize they're guinea pigs. This part. You said Twilight. That's what it was. I was like, I know it was another movie we watched, y'all. You said, and I looked it up, and it says positive blood type came first, and negative is a newer genetic mutation. I'm trying to tell you. Listen here. What's Revelations 1 and 5 say? You said lasting. I'm gonna have to look up what lasting is. What is that? Oh, that's how they catch a snake. Got it. Lasso. Got it. Got it. Got it. You said I'm a my daughter is too. You said they claim 8 blood types would not line up with Noah because we are from Noah's line. You said they also told my sister that it was ancient blood. It's kind of crazy how O negative can help others, but no one can help O but O. Right. Right. Hold on. You said an Rh negative cells can divide to make new cells. I need a copy of its DNA. You said, and that's where mutation comes in, and they can't really be outside the sun. You said they gotta cover up. Interesting. I'm O positive. Interesting. And from Jesus Christ, who was the faithful witness, the firstborn from the dead, and the ruler of the kings of earth, to him who loves us, and has freed us from our sins by his blood. Okay. Why do they call him the first of the dead? Why do they call Jesus the first of the dead? And not being off topic, but one of the ladies from the Mob Wives, she used to have the features of a snake because he overcame death. The first dead to rise, was he? Because he brought Lazarus back before he died, didn't he? It was some other people that had been risen from the dead, wasn't it? It was other people that the people. I thought it was somebody else. No, because yeah. Because his resurrection was permanent and supreme, the first to arrive to eternal life. Because of sin, we were born to die. The wages of sin is death, and he was born from a human, which and sin equals death. Okay. Jesus was the first thing created, was he not? Normally, when your blood is spilled, you are unalived, and Jesus' blood still lives on. Jesus was the first thing that was created. And when God said, let us create man in our image, he was talking about him, the spirit part, which is our soul, and Jesus, which was going to be the fleshly part of God that we could see. Right or wrong? Am I tripping? Before any humans was made, Jesus already had his form. So, okay, so think about this. If Jesus was the first being to be created, God already knew in the beginning there was the word, There was the word of God. Jesus is the word. Is he not? He's also the first light. So would he not be the first of the dead? If we were made in his image, because God doesn't have a physical body, Jesus does. So before the men that were going to be born, you said Colossians 1:5, Jesus was the firstborn of all creation. Here we go. This is why only his blood could undo the genetics of what these angels did. Okay? Because he was the first, which means everything in our body is mimicked after he is. Right? Let us make man in our image. The part of us that is God is our soul. That's why he focuses first on your spirit, on your soul, on what you do in your thought. That is the part of God that we got. But Jesus was the first created image. Because remember, we read in the other Bible that God cast the look of what he wanted Adam to look like. And this is why Jesus is called the second Adam, even though he was first. Adam is actually made in the image of Jesus. Because God does not have a physical body that humans can see. He's everywhere in all of the above. Do you see what I'm saying? So the part of God that we get is the spirit. And the part of Jesus that we get is the word made flesh. Think about this. When God made Jesus, he already knew that his blood was going to heal the earth and all manners of sickness and disease that cause death. Right? Pain, confusion, mental illness. Right? Is this why the angels were so hell-bent on genetics and bloodlines and trying to infiltrate Jesus's bloodline? Okay? Because they knew that once Jesus came, every single thing that they had done to the human genome, most of it was going to be reversible after that. Do you see what I'm saying? Because think about it. Cain, you said, is that why they were talking about the Da Vinci Code? Mm-hmm. You said, wasn't Eve created according to the character of God? Man and woman. I mean, God has a sensitive side. That's the part that women are supposed to have. Okay? Right. So Jesus is the first of the dead, not just because he rose from whatever. We were made in his image. He is the mold. Let us make man in our image. The spirit part is God. The fleshly part is Jesus. But every single thing that the blood of Jesus needed to heal all of the dead, to bring us back to life from the sin equals death, all of that was in Jesus. Everything that needed to cure all of our blood diseases, to fix blindness, hearing loss, everything, to straighten up the body, whatever it was, all of that was in the blood of Jesus. but he is also the firstborn of the dead. You said, and this is why they're tampering with the water and putting chloride in it to get rid of the DNA and genetics. Come on. Think about that. Now think about this. Even though the blood was tainted from Cain, because when the sin came in, right? And I know y'all think I'm all over the place, but just bear with me, okay? When a human takes in other human blood, it alters their body, does it not? If a human drinks another human's blood, it alters their body. Because our bodies were not made to drink blood. Once it alters your body, are there molecular structure changes in the DNA that will cause the next generation of humans coming out of that person to be curious about what blood tastes like? If trauma and certain things are stored in your blood, could bloodlust be stored in your DNA? You said if someone gives you their blood and it's in their DNA, it will transfer to you. I've seen that people have gotten organs and stuff from other people, and they almost turn into a different person because that other person's DNA is in their body. Or they start to have memories, epigenetics. They start to have memories that are not their own, and when they talk to the other person's family member, they say, oh yeah, that's actually something that they went through. They went through. Jen, you said if this goes as far as plasma too, right? Hola. What y'all think? You said they start to speak other languages and skills. So if it's a lie that RH doesn't come from monkeys and it actually comes from reptilian people, and we know that Cain, the Bible does not say that Adam fathered Cain. He was also the first person to ingest blood. So literally, it's like the bloodlust came from his bloodline of unaliving and drinking blood. But this is why Jesus also told us, right, that wine, which can clean the blood, like red wine helps with your stomach, helps with digestion, helps with all sorts of things. Red wine does. And so Jesus told us to take the wine like it's his blood and to eat the bread like it's flesh, but not to really eat human flesh and human blood. So even with that, he was undoing what Cain's line had put into the epigenetics or into the human DNA, which was the taste of human flesh in their mouth and the taste of human blood in their mouth. Because Seth's line, look, because everybody that came out of Adam and Eve was deemed a sinner. And the wages of sin is death. And if Jesus had never shed his blood back into the earth, which we all come from, every single human would never have an option to ever get to heaven because the blood had already been altered. Do you see what I'm saying? Once the sin got in, it just spread out into all the areas of sin. So there was more innocent blood poured into the earth because of Cain. Lasciviousness, lust of all different kinds was now in our DNA. You said, all right, don't dog breeders who breed like pit bulls. You said they say that when they get rid of the taste of human blood, they act differently. Yes, because my brother is a breeder of that very pit bull terriers, the whole nine, all of them. Yes, yes. But that's a lot of animals. As long as they taste animal blood, they're fine. But once they get a taste of human blood, it changes them. Same thing. Listen. So can we go back a little bit further? You said they chase the taste forever. Can we go back a little bit further? Because I was thinking about something else. And I know this is my brainstorm stuff. This ain't, we just putting it out there, right? So we talked about Lucifer's jealousy and him not wanting to bow to the image of God, right? Which was Adam, right? And the angels are known as the sons of God, right? Right? What if it has absolutely nothing to do with Adam and everything to do with him being jealous of Jesus and God's relationship before he left? Because the angels were sons of God and Jesus is called what? What's Jesus known as? He's known as the Son of Man, but he's also known as the Son of God. So the sibling rivalry between Cain and Abel could have very well started in heaven because Lucifer was mad at the worship that Jesus was getting, or the relationship, or how God smiled and looked at Jesus. Okay, and if Adam was made in our image, which is spirit and flesh, God and Jesus, and then Lucifer was hurled out of heaven and sent away, and Jesus got to stay. You say he didn't want to worship Jesus because in his mind they were both his kids. Exactly, the sibling rivalry. Now, let's take it right on down to Cain. If Cain is out of the line of Lucifer, when God rejected, hey pumpkin, hey girl that's the held out on all the books on your TT, hey, I'm going to remind you of that for about 2 more days. No, I'm just playing. So, okay, if God rejected Cain's offering, right? But he knew that God knew that Cain was his child. Now, what happened to Cain? The same thing that happened to Lucifer. You said no, Titi, no, I got you. He sent him away exactly like he sent Lucifer away. And then Lucifer, think about it, had his son. Because the Bible does not say that Adam fathered Cain. It says that Adam laid with his wife, but Seth, after Abel was dead, was a son in his own likeness. What does that mean? You said we see the parallel with Cain and Abel, Ishmael and Isaac, Jacob and Esau, Elian and David. You said Elian and David. The parallels are riddled through the Bible. Come on. You said, and then God favored one over the other because of the blood sacrifice that he made. And the burnt offering. Hello. You said, and he put a physical mark on him and cast him out. Cast him out, exactly. And it says that he had to go away. the same way that Lucifer had to go away. But think about it. Lucifer caused his brothers to lose their life with Christ as well. Because a third of heaven, he got to go against their father. Okay? Because they couldn't do what they wanted to do. It is literally the same story. But what if Lucifer's real rage came from seeing Jesus, who was the first created being? He was created before the other angels, before the other heavenly beings. What if he didn't like the love or the way that God interacted with Jesus as to why he got everybody riled up against them? Because who is Lucifer fighting against? He's not fighting against God. Technically, he's fighting against Jesus. Who did he go to and take to the top mountain? Who was he always on? Jesus. Okay? Think about it. Jesus not only was getting the praise in heaven prior to Lucifer being cast out, when he came to earth, he was getting the same praise in the place where Lucifer is supposed to be the prince. No or yes? He knew that Jesus' blood was going to heal the humans. This is why he tried to infiltrate the bloodline. And that's probably why Mary could not mate with a regular man and have Jesus, because all of the bloodlines have been tainted by that time. Every father, every mother, because the fallen angels got into Seth's line as well. This is also probably why he couldn't use anybody else's DNA in that oil from the alabaster box, because there wasn't a man on this earth pure enough to father Jesus in the flesh, if you want to put it like that. I'm sorry, God in the flesh. And they talk a lot about the chromosomes, the XY and whatever else that's on Jesus's thing. They said it's only, what is it? It's only the Y, whatever the female one is. It's only that one, and it's only one chromosome from the other one. It's 32 and then like 33 chromosomes, basically. Right? Ain't that what they said? The stuff that they tested only has 33 chromosomes. Is it 33? Because 32 come from the mama, 32 come from the daddy, right? Ain't that how that works? Is the numbers right? He only had 32. Yeah. I know that it was only one chromosome from the heavenly being. But it makes sense, because if God is his father and God is omnipresent and all of this stuff, we're human. Right? We don't even know how many, 46 total, 23 from mom and 23. Oh, 23? 23 in me. You're right. I'm sorry. I had the numbers wrong. Excuse me. Reversed. I'm sorry. So, 20. Wait a minute. Right. 23 and 23. With 23 and me. Right. Excuse me. I got the numbers wrong. Mixed up. Excuse me. And he only had his mother's. No, they said it was one chromosome. You said humans normally have 23. 46. Okay, so excuse me. And they had a chromosome. There was one more, they said. It was one, he had one more chromosome than the natural, I thought. Or unless they didn't change up the, what's the name? It was 23. I said 32. It's 22 are supposed to pair up, and one odd supposed to determine your gender. Interesting. Okay, so whatever it was, he only had the one from wherever, right? We don't know how many chromosomes, if angels even have chromosomes. You said yes, one chromosome, not of a human source. Right. You said one pair of chromosomes. I thought, okay, so they didn't change it then, because when they was doing the studies back in the 90s and telling us it was one, there was DNA from an unknown source for the father, and he only had one extra number, so it would have been what, 24 or 23, however it works. I said 32. I don't know how 23. Y'all know what I mean. What I learned and what I was when I did my research, he had the one extra chromosome, whereas other people would have however many. It was whatever his mama had and one extra. So they've changed it to now it was just only the mother's DNA. Is that what y'all saying? You remember it only being Mary's? I don't remember that. I remember them. They said that he had the DNA came from an unknown source, and it was only like one chromosome or something like that. You said the fringe theory popularized by amateur archaeologist Ron Wyatt claims a miraculous blood sample found on the Ark of the Covenant has only 24 chromosomes. You said you're right. His mother's and one from unknown. So they didn't change it. So have they changed it to now it was just hers? That's what they didn't did. They didn't change it to now it was just hers altogether. Cause growing up, I even like when my grandma and them was preaching back in the day, my uncle them, they was talking about they only found, you said yes, Jesus only had 23 and one not from a human source. That's what I thought. And I was saying 32, excuse me, y'all. Y'all know what I meant. Mixing up the numbers. But so do we know if angels even have chromosomes? Per Google, it says that there is no research on that. Of course, they're going to lie. Of course. You said, I'm going to have to go back and watch the archaeological finds of Jesus Christ because I thought it was 33 and 32 for Miss Mom. Or 23. Right. Right. You said special cell type sperm and egg cells. These reproductive cells only have 23 individual chromosomes, not pairs. When they join, the new cell gets the full count of 46. So that's what I'm saying. From what I researched when I was going through this, it was 23 and 1. You said, yes, he has 23X and 22Y plus gods. Oh, okay. Okay. This is why the blood is so important. And it's almost like when they were mating with all of the animals, they were trying to recreate, or I don't know. It's something in them doing this miscegenation with the animals. It's like they was, you said if a supernatural interaction produced physical offspring without genetics, a transfer of raw celestial power or angel's grace or energy acting on human biology rather than the X and Y chromosomes. Google. Interesting. Interesting. Got it. Got it. I got you. So is this the way angels made ADD? You said baby boys instead of baby girls? Huh? Made me and you said in Christian theology and traditional biology, assuming male Jesus, he would have had XY chromosome pair because Mary only had X chromosomes. Mainstream theology thought explains this presence of the Y chromosome as a miraculous provision by God during the virgin birth. Exactly. 23 plus 23 is 46. Got it. Okay, I said 32. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got the number wrong. But yeah, they were saying he only had like 24. 23 from his mama and one from an unknown source. You said, yes, they wanted heaven on earth. In heaven, somewhere, animal, angel hybrids. Right. Remember, I feel like Lucifer and them was trying to create Jesus before Jesus got here, because they knew Jesus was coming and they knew who his father was because they was up there in heaven with him, because lightweight, they was kind of like brothers. Okay, the sons of God are angels. The son of God is Jesus. You said, my bad, sis. So the angels had more baby boys than girls when they went into the woman? I don't know for sure. I don't know. I can't say. I don't know. But as we're playing with this theory, now this is theory, okay? So we doing theory today, because I've been thinking after we had these conversations and as we've been studying, and I want to go and look through my journals. I just haven't had time about the blood research that I did. I told you my mom used to work in the lab, so I used to call and ask her all kind of questions, right? This made me think about the sickle cell too. All of these different things that have to do like blood diseases. I wonder if they literally came from Cain ingesting the blood. Y'all was talking about this. Interesting. Okay. Because think about, a sickle is used to cut down. A sickle is used to reap. Right? And if Cain was a sower of the ground, that is an instrument that he would have had to cut down the wheat and cut down certain things, right? A scythe and a sickle look the same. Am I right? It even makes you wonder if it changed his blood type because of what, you know how they say their blood boils or it curdles or whatever. I mean, look at how this is. And so the right, because he cut down his brother, but he was the farmer of the land and the sickle blood. Like, what if he walked with pain the rest of his life? Because you see what I'm saying? Like, all of this comes from somewhere. It's not just nowhere. He had bloodlust. The blood went in his mouth. What if, and because it says a rock, but we know for a fact that the metal comes from a rock. You see what I'm saying? And it'll be hard to hurt somebody if you're already in pain. It also makes me think about Blade. Remember? They started using Blade's blood to kill the vampires. Remember when he hit them with whatever that serum was? It would bubble them up. Remember? And destroy them. They started using, didn't they use Blade's blood to make the medicine that would kill the other vampires? Or am I tripping? Like Jesus's blood undid all of the vampires and Cain and all of this. You see what I'm saying? His blood was the antidote to whatever the devil, like the devil was trying to turn people into ravenous, bloodthirsty people. And Jesus's blood, they studied his blood. Hello. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Because if all the bloodlines prior to were positive, right? You said sickle cell started as a single genetic mutation in human DNA. This change happened in malaria-heavy regions like sub-Saharan Africa, Mediterranean, and the Middle East and India. The change in the HBB gene altered the protein that carries oxygen in red blood cells. Hello. Now, what did we just talk about? The protein with the lizard blood and the protein and the antigens with Rh negative blood. And we already know that's where they was living. We know that the city of Nod is in Africa / ancient Mesopotamia. Hello. Am I tripping? What if that specific protein, because remember it says that the fallen angels taught men to mix the what? Not species, blood. It didn't say it taught them to mix the species. It said the angels taught them to mix the blood. Now we know that if you give a person that is old blood, it could kill them. If you give a person B positive blood to whoever, like you said, an old person, they can't take it. So in order for them to mix the species and all of these different things, they had to understand the what? The blood. You said this has me now thinking about how Bill Gates had the mosquito farm and doing the malaria research. Uh-oh. You said the change in the HBB gene altered the protein that carries oxygen in red blood cells. Is that how lizards, what is it in lizards and in reptiles that allows them to turn their blood or to be able to hibernate and all of that kind of stuff? Is it something with the oxygen in their blood? How do they stay like in the mud under the water and all of that for a long time? How do they do that? So this is why when it comes to a donor, they need to make sure that you have the right blood type. Right? Yeah, it could kill you. It could shut your organs down immediately. Stop brain function and everything. I'm gonna run to the restroom, y'all. Can drastically show that. Yeah, it puts all your because your organs are running off blood and plasma and all of that kind of stuff. What allows the reptiles, like, does it matter how much, like, how are they able to do that? It's like a severe allergic reaction mixing the wrong blood. Exactly. Like when they put Blade's blood into the vampires. What are they talking about? Please check your network settings. Y'all, we getting too close. Now we unstable. I knew it. All the hair on my body is standing up too. I knew it. They was gonna come in. We getting a little close. Yeah, we might have figured it out. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry, y'all. You said that's how they slow their circulatory system, which helps them. You said they can drastically slow down their heart rate. This it does. You said, Dean, you are so right about the needing to know the correct blood type. Doctors gave my grandmother the wrong blood during a small procedure, and her blood then hemolyzed, causing her complications. Within 2 weeks, she was no longer with us. No way. Remember when the lady was getting those cells from the fish cells, she was able to stay underwater longer. No, I never seen that. You said, hold on. Wait, what I miss? You said, okay, let me be quiet because they don't like me. No, go on in here and say what you're going to say, girl. Come on. Please. We need it, girl. We ain't worried about them. If they cut us off, we just going to start again. Do your thing, Missy Pooh. Again, that's why we saying hypothetically, we're just looking into science and trying to see something real quick, right? You said brumation is a natural dormant period in reptiles and some amphibians that occurs in response to cooler temperatures and shorter days. Hold on. Typically during the cold season. Where do Kane's kids go? And a lot of people to the north. Yeah. Underground and to the north. To the cold regions. And up in the cold regions, they eat a lot of raw meat. Look at the Alaskans. They freeze it and they eat it frozen. And sometimes they dip their meat in the blood of the whales and stuff like that. It's like a mixture like vinegar with the blood or something like that. Hey, auntie. You said the hibernaculum. To avoid freezing, snakes retreat deep underground. You said below the frost line into the safe dens called hibernacular or hibernaculum, such as a rock, crevices, caves, or animal burrows. You said they do. Just got back from Alaska. Come on, Jen. We just read that you're not supposed to eat the blood of an animal. You are not supposed to eat flesh that is still bleeding. Because there's things in the blood that can cause you to get sick. Where does mad cow disease come from? There's a lot of, we looked up all of the blood-borne illnesses. The spirit is in the blood. Come on, because once all your blood drained out of you, it kills the disease. Right. And why do we have disease in our body? We have disease in our body because of sin. Remember, when Adam sinned, God let 70 plagues of disease come up on his body. Okay? 70, it didn't tell us specifically which 70 it was, right? But when his son drank blood, rare and medium rare. You said, and remember, another name for kuru is mad cow disease. Hello. How many of y'all be eating bloody steaks? I told y'all about my old boss. I don't care what nobody say. That man was a vampire, baby. He slapped that steak down on there. He turned that fire up real high, slapped it on there 20 seconds, turned it over, slapped it over there 20 seconds, baby, and slapped it on the plate. And he cut in. I had never seen no mess like that. I was 30 something, almost 40. He cooked that thick old steak on 20 seconds, no more than 30 seconds on one side, 30 seconds on the other, and put it on his plate. And as he was cutting it, blood was running everywhere. It was running down his mouth. I was like, baby, listen. You're not supposed to do it. You said that reminds me of the people who just be on these videos eating raw meat. Exactly. You said I'm going down a big rabbit hole because some animals have way more blood types than humans, so it makes sense if it's eaten and not supposed to mix. If you don't know the type, it could unalive you, girl. Yes, he was from. It all has to do with the blood, y'all. Now, do we know, because we were talking about the angel knives. Y'all know what? Y'all remember Mr. Femi that I told y'all about? Y'all know the first thing he picked up in here was that blade? Real quick, off subject. This is the only thing that he touched in here. I said the first thing. This is the only thing that he touched. Right? Who watched his Dark Materials? Anybody? And then we're going to get back to this. I meant to tell y'all this earlier. Who watched his Dark Materials? You said watching it again now. Is this relevant to our studies? Okay, Auntie. And look at what's on it. Who started the war? The angels. Who started men attacking and using animals to attack? Girl. You got the hash slanging slasher. Listen. And y'all know this been in here since we started. A little bit. I got this for one of my skits. Gosh darn it. It stuff be right in front of our face, y'all. And look what's on the bottom of it. A jewel, a gem. Right. Okay. Okay. So, do y'all remember us reading about Lucifer being um the overseer of heaven? Y'all remember us reading that? Okay. So, the Bible doesn't tell us, because I looked, right, specifically what type of angel Lucifer was. We assume, or scholars and stuff have said, oh, he was a cherub, blah, 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 right? But if he was the overseer, right, it says the angels that are linked to snakes are seraphim. The Hebrew word seraph literally translates to burning one or fiery serpent. In the Bible, the same word describes both the high ranking celestial beings around God's throne and the dangerous venomous snakes of the desert. What if Lucifer was not a cherub and he was a seraphim? Because by him being an overseer of heaven, that means he was a high ranking angel, which makes sense as to why he chose the snake to speak for him, because it was kindred to him. His son tried to hide his brother's body. They different daddy, same mama. Y'all. It just tells us that he was a beautiful high-ranking angel. It don't tell us what kind, but it would make sense if he was a seraphim, because seraphim are around the throne of God. To be the overseer and to get information, you have to be near the throne of God. And it said that God made him the most beautiful, which means he was going to be looking at him all the time. But think about it. What's on the top of the medicine thing? The two snakes. Was it Abraham or Moses? It was Moses, right? That had to hold up the staff so that the snakes couldn't attack the people. Or was it Abraham? And God told him to put the two snakes up there, carved. Okay. Venom gets into your what? Your bloodstream. Right? The poison gets into your bloodstream. It just don't affect the tissue. It gets into your bloodstream. And that's why the venom has to. And then the lamb's blood. Here we go now. The lamb's blood is the antidote for the snake blood. Hello. Jesus's blood was the antidote to Lucifer and his brothers getting into the human genome. The same way that Jesus is the lamb, Lucifer is viewed as the snake. If he was a seraphim, and Jesus is the lamb, and the lamb's blood counteracts what the serpent venom does, just like Jesus's blood counteracts the sin that is now in every single human person. Does it not make sense that he and Cain them was reptile people? Or am I tripping? Think about this. Cain was the first one to build a city, coverings, homes, like a cave. They were now dwelling in the darkness. On the if you like right, I mean it ain't dark, but the other people like Jacob and them, they lived outside under the sun. Cain's people went to hide. They went to cover themselves. Hello, the same way he tried to cover up his brother's death. You said the caduceus was the staff with snakes. I don't know if I said that right. He said carried by Hermes. Hermes' domain was trade and commerce, travel, cleverness, and negotiation. Hermes goes to and fro on the earth just like Lucifer. Here we go. Hermes, as to why that bag is so expensive. Interesting. Hermes Trismegistus or Trigomistus or whatever his name is. Trismegistus or something. Is y'all picking up? Is y'all is this not crazy or what? I wonder if the reptilians can live longer because they are able to slow their breathing and all of that stuff down. David. Because they be talking about how old they are. And think about it. They always underground. All of their temples and stuff. You see the temple on top of the ground, but then they change when they go underground into the earth. Then they change into their true self. That's what we talking about, B1. And think about it. Snakes shed their skin, just like the reptilians shed the human look that they have. And we know for a fact that their daddies are shapeshifters, so it makes perfect sense. All of it. That the bloodline isn't the monkeys, that it's actually from the reptilians. Because the same protein or antigen or whatever, that RH neck is almost the exact same issue. But if they wanted to deceive us, which they did, because we already know when Darwin came up with the evolution theory, it was just to undo what they already knew. Because even if you look, when you look at their things, they try to say that this color came before this color, but you know that this color has every single thing in it, right? Black has every single color in it, right? And as it starts to be diluted, it gets lighter. Well, in every book that you look at, show you what they do right in your face, and they tell you the opposite, deception. You ready? Hold on. Here we go. Now look at this. I'm going to show you how they play in your face. This is backwards to y'all, but girl, I don't even. You said, I'm down to here. You said when you bleach it and want it dark again, you have to deposit the base color back in, yes? Yep. You have to lighten it. You have to strip it of all its nutrients, and that's why I be falling out in a bowl, baby. I done did it too many times. I know. And you have to get the bleach, right? Under those little flaps that are our hair follicles. I mean, not follicles, but the, what's the name? I can't think of what they're called, but they look like, what you call it? right? And it loses its strength. It loses its porosity, right? The shaft, thank you. But they lift cuticle layer. That's what I was looking for. Right. It looked like shingles. The bleach has to go underneath the shingles to get to the cortex and the medulla, right? In order to lighten the hair. So it literally has to be, you're stripping it. And that's why a lot of blonde hair don't hold curls, because it's weak, especially if it's chemically made that way. Well, think about it. When the fallen angels started to mess with the recessive genes, with the genome, it stripped it away from what God made it, and it was diluted with the angel blood and with the animal blood. Okay? So you see how peoples of the world, right? Tell me what's wrong with this picture just right here. Is this the right color wheel? Is that set up right? Shouldn't it be this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, then this guy? Ain't that how, if we were using the color wheel and we were starting with the darkest color, which is black, it would go here, 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 and then here. Start looking at when they show you man, just pay attention to how the colors go. They normally do it flipped, the opposite. You said yes, the primary color, secondary, and the tertiary, however you say it. You said tertiary. Is that how you say that? You said no, it shows white first, totally backwards, always. You said color wheel palettes always start dark, then go light. Here we go. Can I show the cover of the book? Yes. It's a big book. It's a lot of juicy stuff in there too. You're welcome. You said watching Ancient Aliens, they talk about the aliens and insects and how humans was a source of a praying mantis. In the name of God, was Cain who made them? Maybe. Maybe. You said, and in some cases, to go back dark, you have to add pigments in order for the color to be correct. You mean like how people are taking melanin pills right now and melanin injections? Permanent tanning is what they call it. A permanent tan. Y'all seen old girl. Just what's her name? Whatever her name is. Her and her husband turned themselves black, spending all that money. You said even when they're trying to teach us biblical history, they still have to make it. Well, you got to think about it. The Mormons believe that blacks are cursed, right? But the whole time, the curse of Cain is a leprous white spot, which makes sense if everything in Africa was super dark or my color or darker. And vitiligo makes people pay attention. And I'm not saying that's the curse of Cain, but the curse of Cain was a leprous white spot. Martina Big, that's her name. Thank you. And you know what? Me and my son talked about this today. You said Mormons don't even read the Book of Mormon. Listen, they be crazy, right? So look, the generations, it was 7 generations of Cain's lineage that had the leopard spot and then it was taken off, right? How many people were born in that time? We don't even know how many kids Cain had. And we know for a fact that he was sleeping with animals. That's where bestiality started with his children. So was he the first father of Pan? Because think about it. Remember, married men cannot, single men cannot own sheep. They have to be married because the sheep's womb is exactly like a woman's. Where did that come from? He said, I looked it up, and kids who inherit sickle cell gene from both parents will have it. And what happens if a whole generation who have it had kids with each other? Would it come out? Would it register as a disease at that point, or would it just be the norm? Exactly, niece. Exactly. Now you see what I'm saying? Huh? And get this now. Having sickle cell and then also RH negative, because I looked up RH negative in pregnancy, right? It makes it hard to reproduce when you have RH negative blood. The enmity between your seed and their seed, even in the womb. So it's almost like the genetics, the angelic DNA wants to reproduce, but what God put in our bodies to ward off, alien material, the body attacks it. Because God made our bodies to heal themselves. So it looks at the baby like, you know. So they had to, this is why probably when we see that people are carrying a vampire baby or whatever, they have to keep giving the mother their blood in order for the seed to live. Right? The father's blood has to be given to the mother in order for her human body to sustain this supernatural being. Which is why, fee fi fo fum, I smell the blood of. You said, yes, my aunt had two boys with the trait and one full blown sickle cell. Both mom and dad had the trait. My son has it, alpha thalassemia. And they told me when he was little that he had to be careful and make sure he married a woman that don't have the trait, or that his kids would have sickle cell, because they thought he had sickle cell at first. But he has the alpha thalassemia trait. Crazy. Your daughter is Rh negative. My daughter is B positive or B negative, and she just had to get the Rogram shot with my grandson. I think she's B negative. You said they used to do blood tests before you married. Right. Right. So another thing that came to my mind, you're O positive, type and cross match. Okay. Another thing that came to my mind was you said, yes, I just read that on Google. That's why they said human and animals can't mix. They have to give the blood because the difference in the chromosomes not matching up. So then how did they mate with animals? The angelic DNA was the binder. Because how are they doing human hybrids right now? The angelic blood was the binder between the animals and the humans. they're trying to make people, humans, babies, out of 3 people's DNA right now. Well, that's already happened before. Because the angelic man went into the human women. Once they created sons and daughters with them, those sons and daughters, you said, like a filter, right? Those sons and daughters then were at that point able to recreate with animals, procreate with animals. So technically, it was 3 different types of DNA: animal, human, angel. But again, that's the reason why single men cannot own lambs. They have to be married. Is that how the satyrs got here? Because they said that the lamb's womb is as close as a woman's to out of all the animals, and it is a law that you cannot be a, yeah, you got to be married in order to be like a lamb. What's the name? You got to have a wife. Now I don't know if they didn't change the law, but prior to like the 90s, you, and even later than that, you had to be married in order to own lambs. You cannot be single. Look up a lamb's reproductive organs. It's just like a woman. They said that's where syphilis came from. Supposedly that's where syphilis came from. A man and lambs. They said that's where syphilis came from. That's what I was taught. My parents in the medical field. Now, I don't know if they still saying that. You said, and when we talked about it, they were 200 feet tall and would be pregnant for 48 years, like 30. You said 200 feet tall and will be pregnant for 48 years, while 30 feet takes 18 to 20 months. So with the angel blood and size, no wonder they were so outnumbered. Exactly. You said they call it French disease. Yep. See? Yep. You said, and the male protection comes from lambskin. Literally. Lambskin prophylactics. You sure right. Yeah. You said, dang, they were pregnant as long as an animal. Yep. You said, so the baby I just had, I did the testing and found out that I have alpha thalassemia, and I've been trying to figure out where it came from. Interesting. It's the sickle cell. It's the sickle cell trait. What y'all think? Because remember, it's, okay, the book of Og. No, the book of Lamech of Cain. Oh, I be about to tear up stuff for her. Where are you, book? Where are you? I'll put it back. I don't want to snatch nothing down. I'm connected here. There we go. Don't fall. Right. I was just like, they hid so much right in front of our face. Okay, so look. You said, and all I know, it mimics anemia. Yeah, they be. My son used to be real achy and stuff. You said, with my birth defect, genetics told me 50-50 chance every pregnancy. So 4 out of my 8, and even the 4 that don't have it, their kids could possibly have it. So it came from somewhere down the line. Exactly. So this book, the book of Lamech of Cain, right? Because there was 2 Lamechs, right? There was 2 of them. Each brother had a Lamech. Okay? Now listen. Can y'all find Genesis where in Genesis where it says Cain went and built the scripture where it says he went and built the city? You said it says it's in the blood and the kidneys filter the blood. Also makes the hormone erythropoietin. Is that erythro? Interesting. Interesting. Like Eritrea. Eritrea. Er. Interesting. Y'all, the scripture where it says he went off to Nod, it's like Genesis 1 and something or 2 and something, ain't it? It's early in the, what's the name? I just know it's in the first couple books. Genesis 4 and 17. Thank you. I know it's in the early spaces. I said 1 and 2. Can y'all post it though? That part of it, please. That's why. I gotta take sometimes do y'all plugins be giving y'all a headache a little bit? I'm noticing that certain plugins give me a headache. He built Enoch, right? You said, and they wear lambskin aprons at the lodge. Do they? Hold on, I done missed all kind of stuff. I wonder is that why they're cloning sheep to grow humans? Yes. So okay, I got that. Yes, CERCA, I learned that about Columbus brought it to America on his way over here with the lambs on the boat. No way. And ain't they gave the Tuskegee Airmen syphilis, didn't they? And think about it, way back when, a lot of them niggas was still the original indigenous folks. Cain was exiled to the land of Nod on the east of Eden. He had a wife, bore a son named Enoch, and then they built the city that he named after his son. Okay. Okay. You said, yes, they test on them, didn't tell them what it was. Interesting. Interesting. And I told y'all a story somebody just told me recently about, well, not recently, but since I know y'all, that they have a family member that got caught in a rendezvous with a horse, and this person was able to put the horse, like, in real life. I'm talking about the person I'm guessing is still living right now. They old now, but they live down in like Alabama or Mississippi, and was able to put the horse, like, tap out in real life. No, since I've known y'all, somebody told me this story. It's one of their family members in real life. A big old black man. Yep. That's since I known y'all. You said Cain made love to his wife and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. You said Cain was then building a city and he named him after his son Enoch in real life. You said I'm from the Dominican Republic and people from far out in the country still practice such a thing. Y'all heard that? They do it down south too. I mean, they probably do it everywhere, but I know it's down south as well. Y'all heard that? In the Dominican Republic, they still doing it. Yes, but don't type it, Key. They have places in Washington and Texas. Remember I told y'all it's only a few, it's states where you can marry your animal, and then there's states where you can go on and make it a legal thing. Mm-hmm. Because you can marry them, but you can't get with them in the way. But then there are states where you can go and consummate that marriage. Go look it up right now. We did a class on that early because people didn't believe me when I was trying to tell them about all of this. You can go look it up. You said the floodgates are open. Listen. Ain't. Go look it up and see how many states that specific thing is legal in, and then how many states is legal in. I know Utah is one of the animal states where you can get busy with your animals. It's legal there. Utah's been one. You remember that class, T? You see it? Right. This is why still people being born with tails. Strange flesh. Mm-hmm, Keish. We about to read about it now. Thank you for reminding me. Going back here. All right. Let's get to it. Well, first, it says right here. This is the book of Lamech, who lived in the city of where? Enoch, who was the son of Methusael, or Methushael, son of Mahuael, son of Irad, son of Enoch, son of Cain, son of Adam. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 generations from Cain. Okay, we're not reading any book. 5 generations from Cain. So what is that? His great, 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 great grandson? Right? Because, listen now. Lamech, whose daddy was Methushael, and his daddy was Mahuael, or however you say this, his son of Irad, son of Enoch, son of Cain. So 4 generations from Cain in the city of Enoch. Now, mind you, so when Lamech got there, it was already 4 generations or 5 generations of people that had the mark of Cain on them. How long was a generation back then? You said it's crazy how they go by so many names too, right? Right? Because they say Sargon was Cain. Okay? But think about it. How many people can be born? Okay, you said that's 900 years. Well, they live to be 900 years. I'm saying, how many years was a generation? Like right now, generation is what? 20 years? Every 20 or 30 years. What's the generation for our numbers? Right. How many people and how many beings? 20 to 70? 20 is a generation? Well, we know they said the Bible said 300 was a young man, right? Back in those days. A jubilee. So every 50 years is a generation. But was it like that prior to the flood, though? Right? So what if a generation was every 70 to 100 years then? Because if you're living 1,000 years, 600 years, and again, online it says 20 to 30 years. In biblical days, a generation most commonly meant 40 years. Interesting. So every 40 years, there was a new generation. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. So there were 7 generations of cursed people that came out of Cain. Now, we just read this, right? Y'all know the scripture. I had y'all put it up there. This is the book of Lamech of Cain. It's okay. It's all right. We just speculating. We just looking around. We just brainstorming. Okay. It says Cain, the forefather of Lamech, who was marked with a leprous whiteness, for God had said, whomever slays Cain shall have vengeance visited upon their heads sevenfold, as Abel's blood cried from the ground. The same leprous whiteness was made a sign that was visited upon all of Cain's descendants, as it was their inheritance for 7 generations. Before the flood, a single generation measured by at the age which patriarchs fathered their first, named in Genesis 5, ranged widely from 65 to 187 years, averaging roughly 105 to 110 years per generation. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, and I feel like I did a little bit of study. That's why I was thinking it can't just be 40 because they was living too long. So about 100 years was a new generation. Okay, that's why I said between 75 and 100, something like that, should have been the new generation. Because you got to think, if 300 was young, that's like our 21-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Or 18. You know what I mean? If you're living not, because it wasn't only the good people that lived 900 years, y'all. Everybody was living that long. And it never tells us what age what. It never tells us when his kids died or nothing. See, the Bible, it make us think, oh, it was only the good people living. No, everybody that was on the planet lived that long. This is why the Asians and all of the other people have people that say, oh, they was 500 years old. The king was 500 years old. The king was 600 years old. The king was however. Because everybody was living. Everybody lived that long. And I'm thinking that the giants lived even longer because, again, God in Genesis said only men would get 120 years. He didn't say nothing about the giants. And because their fathers are angels, they probably did live longer. Because think about it. Noah was from the first generation. He lived an extra 350 years after the flood. He was 600 when the flood started. He actually lived 20 years longer than Adam. I'm just saying. Noah lived 20 years longer than the first man. So think about it. How many people were born in 350 years that got to see a man that lived? Okay? Almost he lived 50 years shy of 1,000 years. And he was born right after Adam died. 50 years after, at the generation after Adam died, Noah was born. So how many kids can you have in 100 years? How many kids can you have in 700 years? Because if Cain's great-great-grandson killed him with a rock, which is what we read in like the Jubilees, wasn't it like his great-great-great-great-grandson? That's 4-5 generations of cursed folks now. And you said, wait a minute, why you take it away? And you said, wow, nowadays it's considered luggage to be 100 years old, right? Is y'all feeling me though? And they never tell us in that Bible, in our Bible, when Cain died. Now, we read in other books, again, I just said this, that he was killed with a rock, but like with an arrow. They thought he was an animal, which means he was big. He said, woo, baby, I had 8 in 20 years. I can only imagine having that time. Exactly. They knew to remove the most important details. Did. Because it never tells you when Eve dies. You know what came to my mind, too? And we talked about this. What if Cain assaulted his mama? And maybe that's also a reason. Because think about it. In the movies, a lot of the boys that be possessed by a demon, they want to be with their mothers in a way that they're not supposed to. And the mama smack them and say, what are you doing? That had to start somewhere. And Lucifer is for all things. It said they shared their, he was like, you love, you know how they be like, oh, you love such and such, you don't love me like you love them, that whole thing. And it turns into this weird obsession with their mother. There's boys that fall in love with their mother, and there's boys that try to be with their mother. There's mothers that be with their sons. Okay, could that have been the reason why Adam didn't want to touch her for what was it, 140 years? We don't know, because why wouldn't he want to touch his wife? It said they mourned over Abel. You said big and hairy, kind of like those medieval paintings of the big hairy beasts like men. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Let's finish. Okay, here we go. It says, for Cain's descendants, for the descendants of Cain had received unto themselves damnation, which was the fair portion for Cain's sin. And God refused to be angered by Cain's wickedness, for Cain was not forgiven. And the descendants of Cain practiced all manner of evil, and that shall not be forgiven unto men. So God ignored the line of Cain, for they were of no use to him. Can I say this without being whatever? Cousins, I love y'all, but we talk about it. Who are the people that hate to be ignored on the planet right now? What are you doing here? Tell me why you're here. You don't belong here. Could that stem from Cain? Because anywhere that Cain went with the leprous white spot, he was put out of cities. They told him, you're not supposed to be here because we know you cursed. You're not supposed to be here. So could what happens now to people of color be what is in the DNA from the line of Cain? Because everywhere in the world Cain went, because he had that leprous white spot, he was pushed out, pushed away. He couldn't go nowhere without everybody knowing he was cursed. And it was only because he had a leprous white spot. So just like they say the trauma be in the DNA and all of that, is that why white folks treat black people the way that they do? They say the same stuff to black people that was said to Cain's line with the leprous white spot in the beginning. He made his own city. Now, and I'm not just trying to say white folks, but I mean, white folks, come to the front. All my white cousins, come in here. Come on. I need to talk to y'all. Do y'all think this could be a possibility? Because black people are hated for no reason. I'm sure Cain's line thought that as it went on, they were being hated for something they didn't do. They were born into the line of Cain. They couldn't control the color of their skin because God said for 7 generations, everybody out your family. This only makes sense if everybody over there was black. Because if you see a person that is my skin color and the melanin is leaving, people will grab their purses. Okay? You said, what color is God? God is not a color, but Jesus looks like burnt brass or a penny. And if you know what color a penny is, I mean, it's like copper. Copper and brass are very similar. If I put a penny next to my skin right now, it matches perfectly. Hair like lamb's wool, too. I ain't never seen a lamb with straight hair, ever. I'm not saying there ain't none, but I ain't seen none. So at first, if you had light skin, you were shunned. Okay? Now, if you have dark skin, you are shunned. It's reversed. But it started all the way back with the first people, because the leprous white spot meant he was pushed out, he was shooed out. They didn't want him around. They knew who he was, and anybody in his line. Doesn't matter if you're black from Africa, if you're black from Trinidad, if you're black from wherever. No matter, even the people that are Blasian. If you're black in Asia, you are treated differently, like you're dirty, and all of these things. This is the exact same thing that happened to Cain's line in the beginning. It didn't matter if you were a good person or not. There was a skin disorder that made a difference between you and everybody else. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Just the opposite. So if our trauma from slavery can be stored in the genome and in our DNA, I'm sure that's where that comes from. Because a lot of white folks don't even know why they hate black people. They just don't like them. Could that be the same thing? Yes. Yeah. Of course, albinism key. Remember, we talked about it. His daddy ran to his daddy, and then they had to go to Enoch. He said, I think my wife cheated on me with an angel because it came out albino. So that's telling you something. That's how we should have known that Cain was of the line of the dude, of an angel. It makes sense. Because Noah ran to his daddy and was like, hey, not Noah, his daddy. I think my son cheated on me with an angel. Not Noah. I'm sorry. His daddy. We're not. Right. Right. Anyway, here we go. It says, and blank and evil was in man's touch. So all the land touched by Cain and his marked descendants was brought to desolation. Can you tell me the definition of desolation? Now, I'm thinking that the color came back after the 7th generation. Because remember, the leprous white spot was only for 7 generations. Well, again, I told you, you can reverse vitiligo. It could be reversed. Right? So, you can either allow it to take all the pigment, or they figured out how to reverse vitiligo, because it's a chemical imbalance. A state of complete emptiness, loneliness, or destruction. So wherever Cain's line went, it was complete emptiness, loneliness, or destruction. Okay. And hell's breath was upon the land like a cloud. Could we say that hell's breath is like bombs or setting fire to spaces? Definition also extends to see a physical condition of a place and an emotional state of a person. Interest. Loneliness would make sense too because he was pushed out away from his family. Desolation is a noun that means a complete state of emptiness, ruin, or extreme sadness. Interesting. Didn't it say that Cain went away sad? Ain't that what it said? It describes a place that is ruined and empty of life, a deep feeling of loneliness and hopelessness. A mushroom cloud, right, Nisi Pooh? Wonder if that emotion came from. Okay, here we go. It says, and there was no goodness or good men to stop it. Therefore, great darkness dwelled within the earth itself, for it was the first evil season. And the rocks themselves groaned with the groanings of mortally wounded men, and all mankind needed more rest in that time. For mankind stood all their days restrained and supported between the dead and the living. Da 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 da. That's not what I want to go for. Give me a second. We've read that. I'm looking for the city of Enoch here. Well, really quickly, we're going to read about Lamech, and he seeks out. So this is Cain's Lamech seeking out the descendants of Seth. Okay, so we know that they were separated. It says, and as a young man, Lamech sought the descendants of Seth to learn how to worship the Lord. Of all the descendants of Seth, Jared, the father of the good Enoch, who was called up, was the only one who would speak with Lamech of Cain, because there was two Lamechs. Okay, so Enoch was the only one that would even talk to Cain's line. Everybody out of Seth's line wouldn't even acknowledge that Cain's line was alive. Is that not what be going on right now? Hey, you don't see me standing here, my money's been just as good as yours. Why are you addressing them and not addressing us? We've been sitting at this booth for an hour and y'all been walking past us and won't even bring us no food over here, because that's what they was doing to Cain's line in the beginning. Seth's line ignored Cain's line, just like folks be, y'all. And Enoch was the only one that would talk to him. Does that make sense? Because in the book of the Giants, it says that the Giants, after they had their dream about them, the 200 angels getting ready to, right? Who did they fly to in the book of the Giants? The giants and the monsters went to Enoch. You said, how did the roles reverse, or did it ever change? It did. Well, yes, because you got to think about it. In Africa at that time, baby, on the world, every indigenous people was dark, right? So remember when we talked about the Romans coming and taking over? And think about it. How did, in every race of people, there's a certain group, right? How did they infiltrate? Marriage. And then they would put their kid on the throne, kill off all the original family members, turn their child against the original, and it was normally a mama. And 9 times out of 10, she was from a different bloodline, right? But she was able to weasel her way in. And think about it. I hate to say it. Every other race of people be mad with most times when all of the lighter skinned folks be mad if somebody mixed with a black person. Well, do you realize that is literally what was going on in the beginning? God told them, do not mix bloodlines with Cain's line. Don't do it. And it wasn't just because the skin was white. It was because if he was Lucifer's bloodline. Because again, in your Bible, in your KJV, it does not tell you how long Cain's sons lived. It don't tell you how long Cain lived either. It don't tell you nothing. It just tell you he had them 4 sons and the one daughter named Mine. That was it. You said, yep, improve the breed. Mm. You said they are the other nations. We're not so well. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we know where it comes from, because nobody from Seth's line would even talk to Cain's line. Okay? It was later on down the line that they infiltrated Seth's line. But by that time, the leprous white spot wasn't a mark on all of his line. It was only 7 generations. How many people, okay, were born in that 7 generations? So that's races and races, or nations and nations of people that came out of those 7 generations, and then the color started to come back because it was only 7 generations. So 700 years. Now, the crazy thing is this: it was in the 7th generation from Adam that the fallen angels went into the women. So what's really crazy is, if Cain is Lucifer's, and his daughters, the daughters that they went into, originally were Cain's daughters. It wasn't Seth's daughters at first. Because remember, Seth wasn't born for a long time. Y'all don't think that in that 140 or 120 or however long that Adam didn't touch his wife, okay? And Cain was in his city. How many people was born? Okay? Right. Right. I'll be right back, y'all. It says they had sons and daughters. It does. If you go to, matter of fact, can y'all do that while I'm in the restroom? Everybody go read Genesis 5. It's Genesis 5, right? The lineage of Adam, the genealogy of Adam. Isn't it Genesis 5? And it says Adam lived, he had such and such and such and such, and then he lived another 800 years after he had Seth, and so forth and so on. Go through there and see, pick any one of the first 20 people listed or whatever, and see if you can find the names of any of their kids that's not listed. Sorry, y'all. Now they was about to hang up on y'all. You said Eve supposedly has several sets of twins. They only children they listed was Seth, Cain, and Abel. Right. But I just thought about something even when I was in the restroom, right? So they giving people what the weight loss stuff, right? And y'all said they gotta stay on it. But we know for a fact it's also hurting people, right? Once you turned as a vampire, right? You got to keep drinking blood in order to stay alive or you die, right? And they always show us that once you're bitten by a vampire, when they show us the blood going down in there and it changing all their organs so that they're able to live longer. But in order to live longer, you got to keep taking the vampire blood or people's blood, whatever, right? But something happens to their organs when they are bitten or ingest this blood or whatever, however that goes, right? Now think about this. When did the spiritual death occur in the garden? That's we going there, Kim. Hold on. The moment they ate the fruit. Well, we know for a fact from what we've read that one or two things happened. Okay. We found out that Lucifer helped to plant the garden. Right? God said that everything that he made was good. Right? Everything that he made was good. And it talks about the root of sin and things growing up in the plant. Well, we just found out that if you put your spit, we found out, did the whole saliva thing. If you put your saliva on a seed and plant it in the ground, that plant makes what your body needs. Like it makes the nutrients for exactly what your body needs. Not a wide variety of people, but actually you. So basically, part of your DNA grows up into that plant. If God made everything good, and Lucifer, once he figured out what was he was gonna do, and seeing as how he was probably a seraphim, then the spit that he put on the seed, okay, venom can cause death. If he was a seraphim and he was a snake angel and he got into the snake and used that snake's venom, put the spit on there, planted it down in there, then this is how the evil, because God made all good. He made good. He said everything that he made was good. There was no one evil plant. He planted the garden. And if Lucifer was the one that put his venom on that seed, then the evil grew up into the plant. So when they bit it, they literally took part of the angelic DNA, which changed them from eternal beings to now a being that would die. It changed their molecular structure. This was the first time of him trying to put his DNA into humans. Because everybody born after that was a sinner. Is that why when he went and laid with Eve, he could mate with her? Because the DNA was already there? The DNA had already been changed? You said just like this food they creating now, and they literally says it changes us on a metabolic level, on a molecular level. It changes us, the food that they're, because again, if you eat seedless fruit, you stop producing. This is why we have so much infertility right now, fertility issues, because most people eat fruit that don't got no seeds in it. It can't reproduce, and neither can we. You said, like in Conan the Barbarian, James Earl Jones was a giant snake. Girl, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. I ain't seen Conan in a long time. Was he a big giant snake? And we know Conan. We already did that. Look up. You said yes. I had I knew the forbidden fruit wasn't. I don't know that it wasn't. I believe. I don't know that it wasn't. I don't know that it wasn't. Because the fruit could have been an aphrodisiac. And what is fruit uh always advertised as an aphrodisiac? Chocolate covered this and liquor infused that. If you think about it, because we became intoxicated with sin once they ate that, right? And people put liquor in fruit all day long right now. And if you eat the fruit, you become intoxicated. I'm just saying. You said in the 1982 version. Girl, I know. I know which one you're talking about. I probably seen it when I was 5, but I just ain't watched it in a long time. Think about it. How are most people roofied? By something they eat or drink. What happens after that? They're taken advantage of. Y'all think that, when did that start? Could it have started with the first woman? Yep. Figs are an aphrodisiac. Interesting, because that's what was said to be planted. Is that why God cursed the fig tree when he walked past it? Jesus didn't curse no other fruit but that one. And we know from the Cave of Treasures that God planted Lucifer. Y'all, they didn't play it in our face. In the Cave of Treasures, the two figs that God gave them, remember Lucifer wanted them to starve. So what did he do? He planted them he dug a hole and planted them on the outside of the garden, and God let them grow back in the trees. Y'all. And remember, Adam and Eve was scared to eat the fig. He said, because the last time we did, that's what got us kicked out the garden. And the only fruit that Jesus cursed was that fig tree that wasn't producing. The Cave of Treasures. The Book of Adam and Eve. Y'all. No, it's a real fig tree. Because if you read the Book of Adam and Eve, literally that was the first fruit that God gave them, was figs. You just pay. Okay. Okay. I love you. How are you feeling? I didn't tell nobody yet. You want to tell them? You came in just on time. Hilarious. You want to tell them? I didn't say nothing yet. I was going to wait, but we've been talking about disorders. So you said, and why was I looking up fig trees today? Girl, and I got one outside and it didn't do nothing. I don't even know how to grow it. You said I had no clue they got so huge. Right. And remember, you said, and they hear their nakedness, and they hid their nakedness with the fig leaf. been played in our face the whole time. From the same tree that Lucifer, girl. That's the only tree he cursed. Just like there's only 3 cities that Jesus cursed. Bethsaida, Capernaum, and what's the other one? Capernaum, Bethsaida, and is it another? It's a C one, something else. What is it? It might not. What is it? Bethsaida, Capernaum, and another city, and he couldn't do no miracles there. You said we have big trees years ago. You said, oh my God, and now I think about it, the 1st century Romans painted Adam and Eve are covering. Yeah. Chorazin or Chorazin. Yep. Chorazin, Bethsaida, and what's the name? Them was the only 3 cities that he cursed. And I think when we went back and it said one of them that the Antichrist is going to be conceived in, one of them that the Antichrist was born in, and one of them that he was reared in. It's all right. I know it. Yeah, girl, you know this is a hood school. They told us. You said Sodom, Tyre, and Sidon. Interesting. The other, are those the other names for them? Now, what's really crazy is Sidon, Tyre, and Sodom are all associated. Well, Tyre for sure and Sidon are associated with Lucifer. And think about it. In Sodom, it wasn't just schmeck stuff going on. Remember, they was torturing people. They was torturing people in Sodom. Remember? They wouldn't give them no water. They wanted them to walk through the desert, and then they would steal all of their possessions when they would pass out from heat. They would die from heat and no water and dehydration. You said they are currently in ancient ruins. Makes sense. Listen. You said I learned that both boys came out with some sort of disfigure in their face or skin, like a patch. You said that was like reptilish. You said that's why Seth was born. You said he was like Adam. Interesting. Thebes. Seth looked like Adam. Right. He did. It said he had one after his own heart. Or I mean after his own likeness. Mm-hmm. You said remember like the little girl on Game of Thrones. Raise your hand if your mind is a little bit intrigued about all of this. Because mine was when me and my son was talking about it. Anybody? Right? The way he... Thank you. Listen. Mind blowing. You said I never watched Game of Thrones. You said, yes, it's going to help with class. Now, there's some parts you're going to have to cover your eyes, skip over them. But pay attention. Y'all know who I think the men of many faces is in there, too? The reptilians. They played in our face with that, too. Because who are the mass unalivers? The governments. And who got the people that you don't know that they there and they unalive people? They specifically do that. Mercenaries and whatnot. The governments. And they show us all the time that they put masks on, the men of many faces. He said, I found my tribe, Game of Thrones, Blaze, Supernatural. Oh, yeah. Oh, we gets down, honey. We watching His Dark Materials and Golden Compass right now. And they didn't broke that down, honey. It's real good. You said I have to go back and watch Game of Thrones. You said again because Nicole opened my eyes to a few things. I'm trying to tell y'all. I've been trying to tell y'all. It's the other parts of history we don't got. They play in our face and sell it to us like a movie. The magicians too. The magicians had me by a chokehold, honey. I said, oh, the magicians and the Salem witches. It's listen. But if you haven't read the stories and stuff, you don't know. So then you just think it's just cinema. No, they have all the old books. They have all the old scrolls. Hollywood, we just read it. They have access. You said Marvel movies are about fallen angels and demigods. Yes, ma'am, they are. You said, yep, too good, full of tea. Listen, all I'm gonna say is this: you have to watch Tell a Vision. See, people have always looked at, people tell a vision. Yeah, but they telling you something. It's not always an illusion. And the easiest way to hide the truth is in plain sight. The Bible tells us that there were mighty men of renown, mighty men of old. They were the heroes. They were the conquerors. They were the kings. There had already been 7 generations of people prior to that. That's why the book of Kings is so important, because a lot of those kings that the Israelites and the Hebrews were going up against, they weren't even completely human. They were the demigods. But Christianity has told you only look at how Jesus got here in salvation and that's all that matters. Actually, it doesn't. Because if God told you there was giants, you would think he would want you to go looking into who they were. He didn't just put that in there for no reason. Or he could have just put the foes like he does the brother of such and such. He put that in there. He even told you the Nephilim, the these, the Avim, and all of this, the Zamzumin. You're supposed to go look at that. I done sat here and took like 5 pages of notes this class. This is so good. Listen, son, are you still in here? Can you, son, did you leave? I think he might have left. Look, and he didn't came in class today. He probably didn't left. Doggy boy. Y'all. is you restricting my live for? They just be on stupid stuff. Why y'all niece just text me about Abraham and his son? One of her friends asked her about Abraham and Isaac. They have to be. We'll just get out and come back in. When you get a restriction, don't you just got to get out and come back in? Ain't that what they do? I knew it was going to, I mean, you got to think. We have a lot of Christians that come in here that be upset because I'm teaching this stuff, but they was upset when I was telling y'all that the Giants was real. They was upset when I was telling y'all all of this other stuff, the lost books was real. And when we was breaking it down and I was able to go back and show you where it is and where it all, everything fits, they was upset because they've been giving y'all the same spaghetti for 75 years. They put it in the freezer and they bring it right back out and give it to you next Sunday. And I came with that fresh hot fish, baby. You know what I'm saying? The good old garlic bread with the toast on it and the cake and the pies and stuff and the chili on the side with some nachos. And then we got some brisket down there, some roast, some lamb chops. I done brought the potatoes, all kinds. We got garlic. We got cheesy potatoes. We got mashed sweet potatoes, baked sweet potatoes, baby. All the green beans and all of the vegetables. And it's new every week. Hello. You said I just left TikTok and came over here. Listen, because we're still back in Genesis, are we not? We just keep going back to Genesis. But Genesis has every single thing to do with Revelation, does it not? Nothing in Revelation would be happening if Genesis and the things that happened in Genesis never happened. Do you understand that? So not breaking down, I'm sorry, not breaking down and understanding every single thing in Genesis will have you lost in the second half of the Bible. Oh, okay. You said, yep, it was all foretold, foreshadowed in the very beginning. This part. And people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. But it does. It actually does. It actually does. You said spoiler is in the front of the book, this part. And that's the book they stay away from, ain't it? And they skip through Genesis too. Have you noticed they'll read the names, they never tell you to go look them up? Who had who had who had who? How many of y'all for real, like I said before you got over here, all of us that read the Bible, be honest. Did you pay attention to, and they had more sons and daughters? You said not in vain he calls himself the beginning and the end. That part. For real. You said yes, no. Probably because you never hear the pastors read that part. They don't say and they had other sons and daughters. They say such and such gave birth to such and such, gave birth to such and such. And we don't even know the wife's names. You said I would skip right over it because I was never told to pay attention. Come on, they don't read that part. You said, no, I skipped over all of that begot stuff just to be honest. Oh, okay. And that's the important stuff. You said, I've never heard a pastor say it. Oh, okay. Well, when y'all went to look up the other kids, could y'all find some? Even though in the Bible it says Irad had other sons and daughters, Cain had other sons and daughters, Methuselah had other sons and daughters, Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. Right there in the 5th generation in the genealogy of Adam. I saw someone talking about how demons smell and came looking for you. Hilarious. You said, as a kid, I wondered how Seth had kids when they never mentioned who was having kids with. And nobody in church was answering my questions. Look it. Didn't even understand until I came here. Never did until this class. You said, Lord, in the name, you said, and my name is Tyree, right? Sorry. Sorry. You said I read it but never comprehended it. You said, come on. You said, but when I found this community, I learned to question everything. Come on. Why they don't read that part? Why they don't go tell you to look up the names and what they mean and try to find their wife or any of the other children? You said it makes sense to me more about the daughters of Adam. They should have been in the Bible, of course. Do they hide them because if they already had, this makes sense as to how Job's brother was half fish, but Job wasn't. Because if the women in the first 7 generations had already had children, and it says that the angels took them from their husbands and started to mate with them, this is how you could have a human brother and a demigod sister or demigod brother. And we see it all the time in the movies and the cartoons that it's a human person that has demigod siblings. It's biblical. Job and Nereus. Job was human. Nereus was not. And Nereus is the father of the Nereids or the nymphs. You said they were pastors who literally would skip over the whole lineage instead of reading it out. They made it out like the genealogy was important until you got to David. Here we go. We ain't worried about it because it don't have nothing to do with salvation, and it's the whole reason we need it. You said they don't want you reading outside because then you would pick up on their hidden characteristics and know who they really are. I'm just saying, ooh, ooh, ooh. I learned that here too. Never knew anything about Job's siblings. Come on. You said I read it and knew there had to be more and was led to you. You see how that worked? They play in our face. That's why I ask y'all, was Nebuchadnezzar, who we know was a giant? Okay, Nebuchadnezzar was a giant. Was that why God was able to easily change him into an animal and the men at the Tower of Babel? Because some of the men at the Tower of Babel were turned into apes and elephant men. And you can read that in the book of Jasher that's mentioned in Joshua. See, this is how pastors be making you miss out on stuff, right? Yeah. You said, and if only David's lineage was important, how come they don't teach about his mother? I got here and saw and found that info for myself. And if come on, because they make it like David only had one wife and he had 7 or 8. They make it like David didn't have a flock of them. And we know that he ran with giants, and it says that he married a woman that was a giant. Could that have been because his mama was one? Or she came from the line of the giants? All of these things. And people are like, oh, it don't matter. But it does. Because didn't the lion-headed men of Moab fight with David? Solomon got it from somewhere. Come on. You said, is it in Jasher that they have so many books? It is in Jasher. It's like the ninth. It was not the 9th, maybe the 10th or something like that. It's in there. You meant Goliath. Hold on, so let me see what you said, baby girl. I don't even think it came through whatever you said. They must have blocked it. Because it didn't say whatever you said before that. This is where we get planets of the apes and elephant men. Could it be, because we know for a fact they were all giants? All the people that were building the Tower of Babel, the reason they wanted to get up there and war with God is because their fathers, the lineage of the angels was in their blood. He said, now I'm saying, not just the lion-headed men, but also Goliath. So it was multiple giants he fought with. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. And remember, it was a group of giants that hid him from Saul. David. He hid with the giants. When Saul was looking for him, he went and hid with the giants. And if the lion-headed men of Moab did not have lion heads, why does it say that in the Bible? They show you Hercules with a lion head, like a hat on. No, they play in your face. Just like they show you Medusa, a human face with snake hair, but that's not how she looked. And we done looked at it a gazillion times. And I can't ever remember what book it's in when I look for it. Let's see if we can find it. Is it in this one? No. Maybe it is. Oh, it is in this one. It is. I just gotta find where I marked it at. Ah, come on. I don't know why I don't. I think I do be marking this every time, and then when I be putting it back on the shelf, sometimes my tabs be coming out. There we go. Here we go. See that? You mean she just had on the mask and everybody else got on the regular face? And he just had on the bird mask, but that shoulder looks like it's going from his neck. Do you see? It's a snake face. The Gorgons and the bird people got it. Mm-mm. Yeah. Right. They play in your face. So Percy Jackson had a woman that could flip flop in between looking like a regular woman and looking like a snake lady. Interesting. And that same kind of person was in Egypt. There's a gate of Perseus in Greece, and there's a gate of Perseus in ancient Mesopotamia as well. You said the island with the bird feet people was proof. In Africa, and they say that their ancestor came from the stars and was a bird, and that's how we got sickle syndrome. Don't forget, what do you mean the Jesus juice? You said, so this is where we get all the islands of the beast. Hello. But remember, it said, it always talk about them driving a lot of the giants north. Remember? It's okay. Right? They always talk about driving the other races north out of ancient Mesopotamia across the waters, right? Across the waters could be up into Europe. The men of the north. And back behind the ice wall, it was danger. And let me show you something. Rika. Rika. Listen. So look at this. Get your screenshots out. Hurry. Get your screenshots out. Get your screenshot button ready. I'm about to show y'all something. Some of y'all seen it already. Some of y'all ain't never seen it. Are you ready? This book is called the Dictionary of Imaginary Places. But every place in here is real. This is the north. Take a picture of that, and when you get time, just look at it. Hold on. Iceland, Greenland, Sweden. Interesting. Y'all got it? You got yours, Kim? It is page 49. You said, and the men are tall there. Interesting. So look at this, right? Look. You said, just got that one. I can't wait to tear into it. It's at your house. Well, it's on page 48, 49. Okay? So look. Up in this. Okay, so look. Can I show the... Yeah, hold on one second. I can't hold it up there too long. Y'all know they be playing. Y'all know they be playing because I don't got no cart. Okay? But let me show y'all this real quick too. Sorry, y'all. See up there? It say, what that say? The North Pole and the second North Pole. Right under that, Blue Island, Green Island, Orange Island, Fox Men, Bird Men, Bear Men, Worm Men, Geese Men, Satyr Island, Fishermen or Siren Island, Lice Men, Spider Men, Fly Men, Magpie Men, Parrot Men, Jackdaw Men, Ape Men, Shetland, and Orkney. But this is all above Denmark, above Scotland, but in between Norway and Greenland. Interesting. Don't we got movies about all of these people? And it's up in the cold regions. But remember, we found out Iceland is green and Greenland is the one that got all the ice. Ain't that what they told us? Or ain't that how it looks? That we thought that Iceland had all the ice and Iceland is actually green and Greenland has a lot of the ice. Am I mistaken? Or is that right? That's what they told us. Again, deception. Narnia. You said it just came back to my memory and I did research on Denmark in school. Interesting. You said, and that reminds me and takes me back to where, how you say, why does Spider-Man throw up the sign of the Baphomet? I see that going around on the internet right now too. Y'all remember how many people was mad at me when I said that? I used to be pissing people off over here on this here internet, busting their head open to the white meat. This the Baphomet, babe. Ain't this what your rock and roll stars do? And your son be hitting it every time he... And the first time I told people that, they was hot. All the church people, yeah. Y'all remember? They was big mad, boy. They was hot. I said, oh, it's a lot of magic, but y'all pastor don't let y'all study, so you don't know nothing. Wonder why your kids be having, right. I'm saved and sanctified, and the Baphomet all over your son's room anyway. If the devil worshiper come up in here, they gonna feel real comfortable. Hello. What? You said, but it was true, and Kay loves Spidey, but he says the sign is for the devil, so he makes a fist to shoot his webs instead. Come on, nephew. And he's 6. Just so y'all know. For the old people that don't want to change when they find out something, he's 6. You said, but so he don't do the Baphomet no more. He uses his fist to shoot his webs. Hello. You said, I have a real question. My clients asked me, have you taken the boys to watch the new? No, I haven't. Oh, the answer is no, they're not allowed. Got it. Well, this is the thing. How do you explain to them? Because they talk about demon possession, right? Everybody's like, they're not taking their kids to see it because of demon possession. Right? Ain't that what everybody's saying? Right? That's what they say. They ain't taking them because it's clearly demon possession. Right? Ain't that what they saying? That's why they not taking them? Huh? Yes, that's why I'm conflicted. What's the one with the black Spider-Man? Astral projection? Okay. What's the one with the black, what's the black Spider-Man name? Venom. When the alien DNA got on the Venom, he was to what's the name? He was possessed, wasn't he? You said the symbiotic from outer space, like the angels. And once their DNA got into the humans, 1, they were able to possess us. 2, we stop being in control of our own thoughts unless we separate from the darkness. Interesting. It's amazing how they call it imaginary places, but they actually got pictures in it. And real maps. And everybody's been talking about our map not being right because they're trying to hide something like that. Like that information? Because here's a world map. They don't show not a one of those islands in between Greenland and Iceland and Denmark and all of that. It's not one. Look. This is why it's good to keep one of these around. You see? Iceland, Greenland. They don't show not them, nothing in between there. Ain't that crazy? Why are they trying to change the color now? Look, I just showed y'all the map. They don't show us nothing is in between there. It ain't one island in between there. But we literally just looked it up, and there's islands between there. You see it. Ain't nothing. Now, I wonder if I go get one of my old maps and see if it show islands in between there. That's a lot of land to hide, don't you think? So funny that it's just blank there. That's interesting. Yep, it ain't nothing in between there. No, yes it is. Oh, y'all. But they are there. But they are. They light blue. Y'all, they right there. Look. See them right here? Right there. Let me turn it on this back side. You can see it better on the back. Yep, you can see it better on the back. They are on there. Look. See them right there? Right here. The light is making it. There, you can see it better. Right there. You see them? They right here. They are there. They just got them light. So that means this is landmass too. So all the places that's light is, oh my. Look, this is landmass. So they show you what they want you to see, but they show you the actual landmass that they, do you see it? This is water. This is landmass. This is water, but look, see, landmass. But they don't want you to know that. That's exactly what they did to the islands that's in between there. If you got, it's not charged. It's not charged. So that makes me, oh, you know how they tell us that Africa, oh, y'all, I got to get that, OMG, hold on. Because it's faded in gray on my map. You have to look closely to see them. Girl! They said Africa is bigger than what we know. And if you look at this, with what they've taken out, it is. Look. I'm sorry, that's South America. Look. That means that this is all landmass, y'all, and not water. So everything that's super light is actually landmass. Now, that makes sense because I was trying to ask y'all, how did they know where Atlantis was? Because it's still there. You mean this, they could just go straight from Africa, get on this landmass. And we remember we read about that. And then they said these used to connect like this. Look at that, landmass. They just light it out so you don't pay no attention. Look. Oh, y'all. It's right on the freaking map. No, it's not underwater. But if I only show you that, think about it. It's islands we can't go to. It's islands that people have found. No, they've known where they are the whole time because all of the land mass is here. They just made it real light. So you think it's a part of the water whole time. It's the rest of the land mass. Huh? Because the islands that we just looked at in the imaginary places, you can't see it on here. But because we see it in that map, and now when I go back and look at it, it's right there in our face. The groups of islands, they're just whited out. You said, so that's why there's way more land than what they taught us. Technically, if your eyes is open, it's right on the map. It's just light. So every place that you see that's super light is actually land mass. You said you have to fly around the world so you won't see it. Uh-oh. You said right. And they are the ones that say the flight patterns people can take. Go get you a map. Y'all, it's so much landmass that is not. Are y'all seeing this? Look at all the light brown. You see it? That's land right there on the side. See? Look at all this freaking land mass they've been hiding from us. Which means America is bigger than what we thought. Oh my God, y'all. Look at this. Look at all that light land mass. You can see it when you move. Girl, they didn't play it in our face. You said makes you think about Earth being mostly water. They lied. Y'all, look at the landmass that they're hiding right in our face. Okay? Do y'all see it right here? So it's really, see it right there. See it right here. It's the light parts that they're hiding. That's actual land. You said Carnelian law. You said they put it in our face, but we don't believe or see it, so they think there's no karmic retribution. You said y'all can look up the guys from India who walked to America first, which makes sense. But remember, but this is the thing though. I told y'all, I said, remember when I connected, I said they used to be able to walk from Japan, from Egypt to Japan, or take a horse. We did the lines, remember? I don't know that it's flat. I don't know that it's flat, but it's way more land mass than what they show us, but they showed us on the map. It's just light. You said, I forgot who said it. You said, but they were talking about the maps in the land of Jesus, that they were hiding it. Talking about how they cut the map a certain way so they can hide it. But they put it right in our face, baby. Because all of the light parts is actual land mass. They just whited them out. Remember they said you could walk through a desert to Africa that connects to the Grand Canyon and people could walk back. Yes, they sure did say you could walk here. You can. I'll be right back. This is why I told y'all get y'all a world map, noob. Because it's right in our face. Oh, girl. All they had to do was white it out and we all that. No. Yeah, it's right there in your face. Matter of fact, go look at a map. If you got a map in your house, if you got a globe in your house, go look and see if there's an outline to what you see or if they hit it. Interesting. Baby, listen, God know what he be doing around here. And you don't want to know more about the Lord? Why? I need more coffee. I need to let y'all go. I ain't even, listen, I need to let y'all go, don't I? We done been here all day. Girl, I shared a video with people walking through the Grand Canyon from India. Interesting. You said, no, you don't. You said, I do believe it's flat. I lean more toward the ice wall theory. You said the earth being bigger than they tell us and the other worlds outside of the wall. Okay, well, let me make me some coffee and give me a minute then, okay? You're welcome. Can y'all go look at some maps real quick and see if y'all see what I see? Please. Please. Y'all got other maps too. I know y'all do because we bought maps. You said 1 minute. Okay. Can y'all go look at y'all if you got globes or whatever the kids got? Because Dollar Tree even sell the world map thing. Go look on that. I was looking at mine right along with you. Oh, okay. You said look at the ones in the Bible as well. Look at the ones in the old Bible as well. Good job. You said the fact that they still have names of cities over empty pieces of land, they definitely play key. You said they can't hide anything from WOIU. Ain't the Lord is going to show us. So is that where... Never mind. Let me go make me some coffee. Hold on. I'll be back. Give me about 3 minutes, y'all. crazy. All right, y'all. I got about 30 minutes and then I'm going to have to go eat because I ain't ate all day. So, we got about 30 more minutes. It's already 5 o'clock. Yeah. We started at like 12 or something. 12:30. So, in a minute, I'm about to have to go. You said my map shows the same thing. It's like they just want you to know the dark shaded areas, but they want you to forget about the light shade because they never told us to pay attention to that. Fam, why my neighbor just came to my door saying it's a spirit in my home because the bugs outside tried to give me frankincense and myrrh. You said, add to me the light shaded area, and to me the light shaded areas of the map are the history part. Yes. Mm-mm. How you know it's a spirit in my house? One. How I know you didn't send it there? We just talked about that. What was the movie y'all was just talking about that happened? It makes sense though, because think about it. When you go way up into the mountains, Key, and certain boats, you can't dock on certain islands. If you have an iPhone and go to the maps, you can see them for real too. If you have an iPhone, go to the maps, you can see them. Girl, they been playing in our face. Yeah, was it Amityville Horror where they kept scaring her, telling her to do the stuff, and it was really letting them in? Oh, okay. Y'all, they been played in our face our whole life. And you know what's crazy? All of the lands connect. There's no break. Y'all, Atlantis, they told us that Atlantis was a continent in between South America and Africa. And they connect. You can literally see where they walk. It looked like they left Angola or Namibia, and then you go down under the down to the girl. You can walk right there. You can literally walk or go across from Angola or Namibia, go down, go right in the middle of the ocean, and end up at Curitiba, or basically Rio de Janeiro. You can also connect from Cape of Good Hope down at the bottom. There's islands, a big landmass, and then you go down here to South Georgia and South something UK in the Scotia Sea, and it's landmass right there. You literally can. And it takes you down. They can go from South Africa all the way to West Antarctica. Baby, it's so all of them connect, y'all. We even connect. Oh my goodness. Russia. Oh, wow. Connects to the west coast of North America. The landmass is there. Look, there go the white right there. See it? There go the rest of the land they don't tell us about. This Russia. This is the west coast right here. See it? It's literally the white land. So they tell us they don't reach, but they do. You said there was a guy who walked the whole way from America to the UK. I know how he could do it now. Yeah. Oh, that's why I don't have cups in here without no lid. That's going to be a coffee stain. Probably the first one. I normally close it. You literally can. And this is how we can read the Hermetic book of, what's it? You see it? And they got tunnels. Well, we know they got tunnels because the giants went underground. If something happened to me, y'all, I didn't hurt myself. I love my life. I love my grandkids, and I love my kids, and I love y'all. Do you hear me? Today is 5/41, August the 15th of 2026. Okay. Now, what they show us in Jurassic Park. What they show us in Jurassic Park. That they was crafting these dinosaurs on a remote island that nobody knew where it was in the middle of the ocean. And somehow, they said it was Hawaii. Whole time, it was probably all the land in the middle, which is, y'all. All of the land masses connect. It's so much land they not telling us about on here. It's ridiculous. All kind of islands. If you look over here by the Philippine Sea, or the Philippine Sea. It's so many islands right there by Micronesia, Palau, New Guinea. Got way more land mass than what they show us. Australia. There's several islands. There's so much landmass around New Zealand that is light, and New Zealand connects to Australia down at the bottom. This is wild. There's something down here in the Indian Ocean, a big old land piece that comes right from Bangladesh, and it goes all the way down. It's huge down here, right above East Antarctica. Y'all, what if the Treaty of the North Pole isn't, we not gonna tell everybody what's in the North Pole? What if it's we not gonna tell them about all the land mass that's missing, that's listed on the map? It's just light. What if it don't have nothing to do with the North Pole at all? I mean, it do, but it don't. What if all of the world governments agreed on this map so that we don't realize it's way more land? Which, if this is true, this is how the giants could be here, and those they come back at the end times. It ain't nothing for these beings. Because think about it. The people that came up missing, they saw the giant move the door, the mountain like a door. Okay, well, we know they didn't found all the tunnel systems under there. All a part of the Great Deception. Places are just densely populated, so they make us think it's nothing else. But there's so many islands you can't go to. There's so many ways you can't fly, so many ways you can't sail. They won't let you do it. It's restricted. You said yes, in its dark materials, it made me think the city in the sky was extra lands. Come on. On top of that, the sizes are drawn different and supposed to be upside down. Come on. The ice wall is separating us from the free folk, dragons and fairies. Because if the giants were still around in David's days, the earth has not been destroyed since then completely. And they try to tell us that the giants died off, but did they? And what if some of these immortals are living on those lands and they've made treaties with them, saying, because God said, as in the days of Noah, so where they coming from? The lands where they just been living? You said, I've always wondered how people buy islands we've never heard of. This part, hot flash and hot fudge. They always show us some sailor or some hiker falling off into these people that is ancient beings. And think about what Colonel Byrd said. Or Admiral Byrd. Y'all, they done told us the story they wanted us to know, with it sitting right in our face, that it was more land mass. You said makes you think about all the different works that was in the bag on Men in Black. Girl, all the worlds, yes. Like the mini Earths, y'all. And think about this. They still finding people in Brazil. They're still finding clans of people that don't know nothing about no airplanes, technology, nothing. So if they're hiding most of the land mass, then there could be beings that's been, I mean, because literally the land mass has been in our face the whole time, showing how they all connect. Amanda, you said the big blue marble that was in the cats, the Orions. imagine. Well, remember they told us that there's a river or whatever in the middle of Congo that's bigger than Texas. That's where the dinosaurs are. The Mutumbe or whatever, the long neck dinosaurs. Remember that's why I told y'all why they was burning down the Congo. And which makes sense as to why when we saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex that didn't look old, they said this thing just died. When I first got on here in 22, that makes sense. You said I'm 65 years old and I feel used. Darlene, auntie, I'm trying to tell you, because if you got a map in your house, you can't unsee it now, can you? If you got a map in your house right now, or even like you, Manisi Poo said, if you go on Google Maps, if you got an iPad device, you cannot unsee the land there now. We got eyes, but we can't see. And we got ears, but we can't hear nothing. Because when we watch TV, again, we don't go look up the names. We don't go see if it's real. When they put such and such AD or such and such BC, we just want to be entertained. We don't want to be taught anything. Thank you, Catalina. You hear me? Because if you look at that map, you can't unsee the landmass now. You cannot. And then they make some darker and some even lighter, which means what's there that y'all don't want us to see. And how is it that this book of imaginary places told us right where it was? And then when we go in and look at the map, we've been looking at this map forever, and I did not see them islands. Thank y'all. I did not see them islands until after we looked in this book. And they right there. Beowulf was the first real movie I realized sci-fi, yeah, it was actually real. Oh, I love Beowulf too. You said they tried, they build cities so people can go flock towards the cities and not spread out through the hidden lands. Come on. I feel like, Darlene, you said being 53 years old and clueless about everything. Listen. You can't unsee it. And all of the lands y'all can see, they connect. You said I'm low-key upset. That part, 62 and same here. Look, y'all said, wait a minute, I've been alive 6 decades, almost 7 decades, 5 decades, baby. What's going on? I've been looking at this map since the map was looking at me. And the land has been there the whole time. Now, what would be crazy if we could copy it? You said better now than never. You said it was meant to learn. Now, back then, we would have felt crazy. Right. You said, sis, girl, go look at the first men city, please, in the book of imagination. What page is it on, Rika? Can you tell me the page? You know I don't normally ask, but because it be feeling like some of this is not in alphabetical order. You said I'm 29 and I'm mad about it. You said I spent hours in an AP geography class. Uh-oh. You said, wait a minute, that was my stuff until hold on. I looked at maps all day long. Ain't that crazy? And y'all know these eyes really don't see all that well. Thank God for them seeing better than they ever have ever. Please, God. $221. Crazy. Okay. So it ain't on my 221. Okay, what you want me to look up? Our Kingdom Eye is activated is. You said, excuse me. You said Valerian and the City of the Thousand Planets movie. You said they were trying to steal the pearls that powered the planet. Interesting. Auntie, sorry, this is off topic. But didn't we just do a class about cool? We did. Why did I just see a clip that Ellen DeGeneres is going blind after being diagnosed with it? Oh, yeah, I know. Her and a lot of the people that's moving out of the country. And you see she moved to that place. Okay, you said 221. So hold on, let me go back up here. You said, sis, go look at the first men's city. So mine don't say that. Hold on, what version you got? Let me hold on. Let me go back here. Is there a what's the name back here? Okay, give me a second, sis. Let me see what page mine is on. Girl, what if it ain't in my book? Cause I'm at F. Family reunion, fantasy, farthest shore. The farthest shore. Interesting. Look up the farthest shore too, y'all. Hold on. So I see Burbank. I see fish dinner, 5 children, 5 oranges, and then it goes to FL. Girl, mom might not have it. I might have a different version from you, Rika. The first men's city, right? It ain't in here, sister. Not where I mean, it don't even list nothing about no first men, girl. Narnia is in here. Literally, I'm back here in my index. Yeah. That sucks. Mine says facts in the case of Mr. Valdemar. Family Room, Fantasy of Dr. Ox, Farther Adventures of Robinson Crusoe. It's not, ain't no first man city in here. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place. But it should be in alphabetical order. It ain't in my book. There's the floating island, the flight to Egypt. Can one of y'all check y'all books and see if it's in there? If somebody else got it? Fairyland. Faye Island. Fergus. Ferdinand. Fixed Isles. Oh, I found it. Yours is on 221. Mine is on 129. Sorry. But it's not listed in the back at all. That's wild. It says an underground city in Perilou or Perillet country inhabited by a race that traces its... What the freak? You almost made me cuss on here. Let me mark this. What the heck? Where is my tabs at, nigga? Now, why they don't got it listed back there in the... What's the name? Girl. I'm about to read it to y'all. Hold on. What the heck? We're not reading nothing specifically, Pumpkin. It says an underground city in Peroulet, P-A-R-O-U-L-E-T-S country, inhabited by a race that traces its origin back to Noah's flood. The people claim that Noah was not the only man to be spared, but that Jalesh, their ancestor, was also commanded to build an ark, which came to rest not on a mountain like Noah's, but far below the surface of the earth. The descendants of Jalesh retained the memory of the earth's crust, which they believed to be uninhabited. They refer to themselves as the first man. Ain't the first man in Supernatural? Sorry, Pumpkin, and we've been on here for 99 years almost. We've been on here since 12 o'clock. Don't they got the first first men in it. It's some show we watched and they was talking about the first men. It's Game of Thrones. They was in the Sandman too. Lord, I like exploring with y'all. Y'all like being Indiana Joneses with me? Put your hand on the screen if you like being an Indiana Jones with me. I don't really like being an Indiana Jones with y'all. I like playing Indiana Jones with y'all. I like it a lot, yeah. I like playing Indiana Jones. That's great. We just running through all the places of the forbidden world that we ain't supposed to be finding out the information. Now, hopefully, the people don't be coming trying to shoot through the window. But amen. I like playing Indiana Jones, which I really do. I like it a lot. He said, and the children of the forest were druids, fairies, and they were made of the first men. They are the ones that made the first men into the White Walkers. Interesting. You know what this made me think of too? Maleficent. Maleficent. Who all was there with Maleficent? The Harpies was there, but they was up high in the mountains. The White Walkers, right. Because the White Walkers be the 7 generations of Cain. You said founded on mine is 129. Right. You said I liked it so much I kept trying to get back into the life. I was booted off for 4 times. Are you serious? This is my 4th time getting. Are you serious, Chris? They keep kicking y'all out. You said maybe that's why their ancestors are still here. Listen, but think about it. God said, as just like it was in the days of Noah, so at the end times it's gonna be. It was monsters running through this piece. Oh yeah, Game of Thrones is real, real good. It's some grown-up parts in there. You're gonna have to cover your eyes. It's not appropriate for little kids. It's not. The 7 kingdoms. The 7 kingdoms are the 7 generations of Cain. Girl. And they was trying to take over and make because OMG. No, Terrence Howard is not in Game of Thrones. It's the series. And it never tells us when Cain dies, and it never tells us about his kids either. And they all have white hair, which takes us back to this book. Does it not? It takes us right back to the land of Og when he describes all the freaking giants and how many arms. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so let's finish this. Wait, and then we about to go over there. Oh my goodness. Okay. They refer to themselves as the first man. If Cain was born first, y'all, the blue-eyed siblings, right? Y'all, the first men and are governed by patriarchs. Their fathers are angels. Oh. We just did the study on a patriarch. Girl, I'm about to bite something too, niece. They're governed by the patriarchs. Patri, father. Arcus, angel. And there's a land of blue people and there's a land of green people. In that thing in between Norway and what's the name? In every culture, in every single culture, they have green people and blue people. Hindus, Asia, Africa, every race of people has some gods that were blue and green. You said blue-eyed siblings. The Targaryens have indigo or violet eyes. Oh, okay. Guardians of the Galaxy too? Y'all. Okay, so let's finish reading about the first men. Come on. Oh, my goodness. All right. The first men are governed by the... Oh, yeah, all the hair on my body is standing up. And are governed by the patriarchs. They live in peace, have no sense of envy, greed, or hatred, and will only welcome strangers on conditions that they never return to Earth. Their language is an early form of Hebrew, like Paleo-Hebrew. Y'all. Yo! Oh. Who remembers this? OMG. Who remembers this? Y'all remember this? Who remembers I used to show this in the beginning of this? And I asked y'all a question. Where is it? Ah! The Nephil, like Nephilim, the Hiphil, the Hophil. I said, these are types of angels. Why? The Nephilim, who spoke ancient Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew. Yeah. The Nephil, the Hiphil, the Hophil, remember? And they're telling you where it came from. The first men. Which is crazy because the slaves, the indigenous people that were here before Christopher Columbus spoke Paleo-Hebrew too. The people that got reclassified as Negro, when they go to their graves, it's Paleo-Hebrew on their graves. You can look that up. It's this same version, Paleo-Hebrew. The indigenous people that were here who were reclassified as Negroes or freed men spoke Paleo-Hebrew, and it's on their headstones in the South right now. Right now. And all of Christopher Columbus and all of the people, what's his name? Magellan, the Journal of Antonio Pickfetta and the Voyage of Magellan, they said when they got to the Americas, all they seen was black giants. And I got a book right there with the what you call it? Longitude and latitude of where he seen them. He described them, how heavy they were, said that they were huge, old, cannibals, some of them at the different islands in Brazil and South America and different places that they went. This book right here. And this book originally, the maps are from 1552. And this guy, I guess, like, put it all into, what's the name, in 1969. He put all of the journal of this man. But the maps are from 1552. You know what, nigga? Why you didn't go? This is the map from 1552. So what if this is all landmass too? Cause see how it show? I mean, this might be his route. But what if it's not? And what if that's the rest of the landmass? You said this is so important to read more because they hide all the information from us in here, in there. Yeah. I'm guessing that's supposed to be his route. Yeah, all the hair on my body is standing up. You said Urbano Monte 1587 world map. We was looking at and they have some interesting things on there as well. Listen, you said, and it would make sense that they wandered for 40 years if they walked across all that landmass to get here. That part about to bite. Listen, you said the Nephal equates to the fallen. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This is why they trying to take all the books. And they only want stuff to be digital because just like they're changing the price tags at the store, they can change them books. And this is why the editions, they take stuff out like, oh no, we told them too much. But again, remember I told y'all in the beginning, especially in America, should I say, when a certain group of people took over, they started deleting the history. You mean like they're doing in Gaza right now? You know what? Never mind, Circle. Put your book back over here. Like they doing in Sudan? Yes. Yep, Key. A lot of the African countries that they are burning and getting rid of the people, a lot of the original Hebrews went there when they were chased out of ancient Mesopotamia. Certain areas in the Middle East, they went south. And don't forget, Solomon's lineage is in Ethiopia and Eritrea. Don't forget that. That's why the Pope kiss they leadership feet over there. The same way everybody be kissing the Pope hand when the Pope go to Ethiopia and Eritrea or however you say that. You said so this is a continuation of a bloodline war. Yeah, the Bible said your seed against his seed. Whose seed? Lucifer's seed. And the first evidence of that war was Cain and Abel. And like if you go look. My baby said I'm about to bite. I can't wait for you to talk to my son, girl, because he be biting stuff. We just talked about how he used to bite his favorite bear, and I didn't even realize he still had it. The bear is older than him. It's 30 years old. Wait a minute. Oh, they don't. They don't show it there. There was something. What was we talking about right before that? I just had a whole brain fart. What was I getting ready to show you? It was something. It was something else. We was about to show, what was it? Oh, I just had a brain fart, y'all. It do say right here, though, the year before the flood, Methuselah inscribed two pillars on the history and discoveries of the world. You said which stood in Moses' time 777 years after. Methuselah talked with Adam 243 years, learning the world's history from the beginning. He wrote it all on these two pillars, or the books of Moses. Had access to these books, Josephus. So those pillars are still over there somewhere, and he wrote the whole history on two pillars. Isn't that interesting? So that's where they got that from. Interesting. Well, no, because I think Seth wrote something too on some pillars as well. Yeah. Dang, I can't forget. I can't remember what I was about to show y'all as to why I grabbed this out. Hopefully it'll come back. After this, I'm about to go, y'all. I gotta get my life together. I've been on here a very long time, and I don't want to pass out in front of y'all because I ain't ate nothing. We'll pick this up. Let me eat. I don't know if I'm gonna lay down, but y'all got y'all own stuff to go do. So he did right. There was something else that I was gonna show y'all, but I don't remember right now. It was something. I don't know. Like the guide stones that they so happen to just go ahead and take down. Thank you so much. We can finish here in a little bit. I just gotta go make me something to eat real quick. You're welcome. You're welcome. I had fun. I love learning with y'all. I love when our classes be like this. This how we end up being in here 7 hours. I know I was talking about Ethiopia, but it was something else prior to that, and I can't remember. You said, do you think the light blue land on the maps is connected to Noah's flood? I believe that they altered the Bible so we didn't go looking. That's why there's so many versions. Right? Because they basically told us that none of the land masses connect and you can't get from here to there and here to there. But whole time, right on the map in front of our face, you can. You're welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all so much. I'm going to come back on. I'm just about to give me something to eat real quick. Solomon's children are in Ethiopia, in Eritrea. I can't remember what it is, y'all, but I need to go eat. Because listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got up, talked to my son, and got on here with y'all. And I've been on here all these hours since 12 o'clock at 6:15. So I'm going to go eat and sit down for a minute. And then I'll come back and we can finish because I'm very excited about this. Just let me get something to eat first, okay? Give me a couple minutes. These are the best classes. I'm so busy taking notes, so don't interact much. But I'm listening. No, that I would rather you do that. I would rather you do that because with all of us, I know y'all about to go on a hunt. I already know what's going on. So when we come back, I already know y'all gonna be and found a whole bunch of stuff. I know y'all. 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 So give me a few minutes. Let me just probably like an hour. Let me eat and get my life together. And then we can come back. You said me too. I'm new and I'm excited. Oh, I'm so excited. Follow us on YouTube. I don't normally tell people to follow me, but because they're hiding us in so many different areas, they're not telling you. I would say we're also on Substack too. So I will go there. You said I'm about to kick it with Kate for a minute. Right. The Indian men in the Grand Canyon on foot. Mm-hmm. Guess what? Hold on though. Don't this make sense as to why Atlantis 2 is in the Grand Canyon? And do y'all realize we talked about it? What happened in Atlantis 2 just happened in real life. But it happened after we had watched Atlantis 2. If you go and watch Atlantis 2, I know we still doing whatever, but this makes Atlantis 2 make so much more sense. You said going to look in the Bible verses you gave us. Okay. You said, let me get on Disney and rewatch Atlantis. Not the first one, the second one. Watch Atlantis 2 first. Please. I'm going to watch it too. Atlantis 2, right now. Yes, you said it's gonna be an hour for sure because they don't give my notifications when you go live. I'm sorry. Listen, that's why I said, listen, y'all, they doing it on all our platforms. You said those were some of my favorite Disney flicks, right? So we gonna pause his Dark Materials just real quick and watch that, and then we'll come back and talk about it. You said, yes, I was watching the first one, but let me watch the second first. Right. The second one first. And then go back and watch the first one. Those and Treasure Planet. Yep. Yep. Treasure Planet. We sure did find some stuff in Treasure Planet too. You said I was going, but the Atlantis book on HPB. You said this weekend. You said, but I put it back. Didn't have enough. You said had to make hard decisions, girl. Ain't that crazy? Ain't it crazy, sister? You be like, whoa! And then gotta just let it be blessed with it. That's what happens. Mm-hmm. You said so Atlantis too. Let me see where it's on Disney, sister. I think it's on Disney. It's Milo's Return. That's what it's called. Okay. Milo's Return. All right, y'all. So that's the homework. So when I come back on, we're gonna start there. Okay? We're gonna put uh his dark materials to the side real quick. And then we're gonna go and we're gonna watch what's the name. Right? Pay attention to the dates. Okay. This is so interesting. I'm so excited. I love y'all.